All right, hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the FillyB's Esports channel. This is going to be the FPL Grand Finals between Return of the Middlesticks and Glacial Vendetta. My name is Maristamatic. I'm the owner of Return of the Middlesticks, kind of called in as mercenary for the stream. Along with me is my good buddy Neo. How you doing, Neo?
I'm doing good. Interesting turn of events that led us here, but I'm excited for the draft, and they're off to the races already.
Yeah, we had just finished, well, not just finished, last week casted the semifinal between Rodham and whatever team they played.
Regicide.
So, Regicide, my bad. So excited to be here. We're going to do our best to be as unbiased as possible, but just understand team owner of Middlesticks and one of our other players. So let's take a look at some of these bands coming through. Our team taking out Wukong, Shen, Ivern, and Glacial, targeting Kato and Tendies as you would expect, with Pantheon, Camille, and Riven off the table. First pick now for RTN.
Yeah, and I like this Ivern ban. I also like Return of the Middlesticks drafting the
Wait,
de
that's
facto
not
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, the de facto new best ADC now that relationship ended with Jin, apparently. We're Kaisa mains now.
Yeah, so Glacial has the opportunity to see what they want to play into Kaisa. They played a decent amount of Kaisa. They played Tristana in their semifinal. Vayne is on the tier list now, so that's a pick. And the Lulu fits nicely in. So expecting a lot from Aryas and Pistachio in the bottom lane with the Vayne Lulu combo.
I've always been a huge fan of this lane. I'm glad Vayne is back in the spotlight. It seems like forever since that AD carry has been prevalent, and you know Vayne just kind of locks out a number of picks that you would normally go for. There's a hover. I would love to see Black Salt's Leona here.
Got Leona locked in, so Kaisa Leona, Vayne Lulu, bottom lane's decided. This is traditionally the Aikedo pick. We'll see what he's got left in the jungle, if he wants to find something, or if we see something from X-Craze here in Blue 3, and it'll be the Hecarim for Aikedo.
So we're playing it about as standard by the book as you can expect for a game 1 of Grands, and the answer might be Kindred. I like that answer if that's true.
Yeah, Kindred is something that Muscle has played a couple of times. Played it in game 4 of their semifinal. Went 10-4 on it and locks it in there. So that's a strong answer. The double marksman comp with the Lulu to try to keep them alive through the Leona Hecarim dive. Without the solo lanes, kind of already an intriguing draft. And now we'll go further down the Tendies tier list, it looks like.
Yeah, this just seems like the default answer to Tendies in top lane. You just remove his champion pool until you get to something that you feel like you can live with. They are going to answer by removing the shard of the monolith, so
no shard gameplay this time.
No shard gameplay.
And the Jax is gone. What does that leave Tendies with? Akali is something that we've seen him play, or Lucian.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lucian answer double marksman with double marksman, but we could just see something out of his back pocket that we haven't seen in a while. I'm having trouble calling to mind champions for Tendies that aren't on the ban list, so...
Yeah, Echo probably mid for Skifter. One of the more dominant players on the other half of the bracket. Really excited to see him. Echo's a really fun pick to watch. Looks like the Galio will be the answer potentially for X-Craze as they do lock that one in. And already you've got the Galio Hecarim combo to go in and the Boris locked in for Tendies.
I like the pick here. We get the Darken up in the top lane. I also like the fact that Glacial Vendetta's done their homework. Echo, kind of a preemptive steer Return of the Middlesticks away from drafting X-Craze's Syndra, so he doesn't have to play into that. Instead, it'll just be Galio, which, I mean, Galio, Hecarim, Leona.
Yeah, and the Maokai going to be the counter pick for Glacial Vendetta. We have our team comps locked up, and This should be a pretty exciting one. Both teams have a lot of playmaking potential, have a lot of comfort champions in their back pocket. I'm excited for it. And yeah, how do you feel about the drafts now?
I was kind of just doing mock team fights in my head, and the only big tool outside of a really nice setup and pick for Echo with parallel convergence is the Lamb's Respite from Kindred. Other than that, I just think Rodham has stronger team fighting. They might not have all of the lanes that they wanted, but if you're Vayne or Kindred, you have to rely on the rest of your team for safety from the Hecarim, Galio, Leona trio.
Yeah, even Kaisa can fly in there. Aatrox can join. It feels like if we're seeing 5v5 team fights, it's going to be ROTM pushing their way forward, and Glacial is going to have to play more of the Peel style team fight, which is traditionally more difficult to execute, although with Vayne becomes a little bit easier. The Maokai, not a terrible tank to have in this situation, and you have the point and click from the Maokai, the Echo to get on to Kaisa. If that becomes the big threat, then you have the assassination tools to deal with the Kaisa.
And Maokai Ultimate up there on the tier list of good disengage tools for enemy dive comps. So the answers are there, and I think it's going to come down to execution from Glacial Vendetta. Beyond that, they have some really good lanes. Maokai kind of just survives up in the Aatrox lane, assuming he gets Bramble in any reasonable amount of time. And Echo, Galio, you're just fighting for wave clear and roam.
Yeah, if you can get a little edge in that lane, though, helps you with the wave clear, helps you move around the map a little bit faster. I'm really interested to watch the Kindred Hecarim matchup, particularly given Aikato's penchant for going for early scuttle crabs and trying to scrap over them. It's a little bit harder to get on top of the Kindred as Hecarim. Might be a more difficult proposition, but yeah, we're just going through the draft now, and then we'll have our lovely 3-minute spectator delay. Wanted to thank everybody for joining us here on the stream for the FPL Grand Finals. Also would like to thank the partner for next split, Matcherino, for supporting the FillyB event. Matcherino helps support prize pool for FillyB events. You can click the link below the stream to support their Sonic Riders tournament by doing sponsor quests.
That's pretty cool. I've done some tournaments through Matcherino in the past. It's good to see the familiar name.
Yeah, Matcherino, honestly, really solid. Should be a good sponsor for these guys. But yeah, let's take a quick look. Like mid jungle 2v2, top jungle 2v2. Do you give an edge to either side in that situation?
I think a lot of it comes down to the early fight and if somebody gets ahead, because the mid jungle 2v2 for Glacial, not particularly strong pre-6. Kindred, pretty squishy in the jungle, can get run up on by Horse. Also really susceptible to AoE CC, so if we get a roam over from Galio, that taunt is going to suck a lot. But post 6, it is very difficult to actually finish off either of those champions. Not a huge amount of damage coming out from Galio, although it is pretty respectable. And if Hecarim doesn't have early items by the time they fight, say it's level 6, level 7, then it could definitely go Vendetta's way.
Yeah, I'm excited. Game 1 of the Grand Finals, usually you'll see teams play a little bit more tentatively, but you have some real fireworks picks for specifically around like the Kaisa and Aatrox and Echo. Kind of, maybe looking to assert their authority here in game number 1. Either way, I think that we're headed for a little bit longer of a series. I really doubt that it'll be a 3-0 for either side this go around.
Yeah, especially with both teams already setting a precedent for drafting comfort maybe over. I mean, these are still high tier picks on both sides, but comfort champions in a grand finals always going to make the game last a little bit longer.
Yeah, so we'll head into our spectator delay. You can see the full comps drafted out on the stream. Make sure that we were correct in assigning them to correct lanes, which is, sometimes a worry. Although I don't think we had as big a flex picks this time.
Yeah, there's no Lucian, no Vladimir. We aren't seeing Pantheon. Have to decide where that's going. So not too bad. I am interested to see how Return of the Middlesticks does in counteracting Kindred's early marks, because as we both know, Aikato plays a fair amount of Kindred, has brought it out a lot in the past, and will definitely be on top of mark spawning, not just the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and if it's something that he can get, Tendies and X-Crays and Black Salt to rally around, it could be really difficult for Muscle to find those advantages, especially if they don't have the shoving lanes. But luckily, early on, you should see Echo get the shove. You should see Vayne Lulu get a little bit of a shove on Kaisa Leona, and there might be that opportunity, at least bottom side, to play around a potential mark. So yeah, very curious to see where both junglers start and how they want to play out that early game around the sort of mark. I'm missing a word here, but yeah, the metagame of the marks, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. It is also interesting. I'm looking down both team comps right now, and I just don't see a whole lot of range. In team fights, there's going to be a very large amount of proximity, both fairly low range, get in your face 80 carries, melee mid laners, melee top laners who, one, definitely more range abilities than the other, but they serve different functions. So that we could just see a dog pile of about 10-ish champions at any given time, waiting to see whose stat check works out better.
Yeah, so we're looking at a relatively snowbally game number one. We'll go ahead and throw it to just a short break while we count down the rest of the spectator delay. And we'll be back in about a minute, a little over a minute, with game number one of the FPL finals. Good.
Good.
All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of the FPL Finals. On the blue side of the Rift, wearing the blue health bars for game number 1 will be Return of the Middlesticks, and wearing the red health bars on the red side of Summoner's Rift will be Glacial Vendetta. Both teams fanning out for a 5-point to start us off here. And yeah, best of 5 series, everybody probably has some nerves to start out with. This is always the most nervous part of the game. You're sitting there in your 5-point, you're looking for that invade, you don't see anybody, and the nerves just start welling up. Once the minions hit, it gets a little easier, but all these players probably going through a little bit right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing to do on the Rift except watch for opposing health bars. There's no minions to hit. You don't get to fall into the last hitting rhythm just yet. But luckily for both teams, they aren't seeing anybody walk at them this early. So a couple early wards down. Two defensives in the bot side jungle for Return of the Middlesticks. One up top side for Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah, and both jugglers doing the traditional place the ward, get the back, grab the sweeper. So we'll have that ability, and it looks like we're both starting blue side. So opposite side starts. We'll see if we get any weird invades, although I kind of doubt it for game number 1. Oh, it looks like the little late push in from X-Craze put the ward in the red buff area. So they know where Kindred started, but Glacial has no idea where RTM started, and even a fake leash down in the bottom lane for Black Salt and Samso.
Yeah, I like that ward a lot because it gives you a lot of information, especially for a champion like Kindred, whose pathing matters quite a bit to the effectiveness that you can bring with that champion in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, but full clears for now, it looks like, on the docket. Actually, Kindred is going past the Wolf Camp. That's kind of an interesting little jungle path. Tendy's just layering in the Darkened Blade, already taking low, and the trade flashes up in the top lane at 220. Level 1, Aatrox getting a little bit of an advantage over Maokai, as Skifter takes a little trade off of X-Craze in the mid lane.
Wouldn't be a Tendy's lane if that didn't happen. Flashes down for both at little under 230, so we'll have to see which jungler can make it up there first to impact that lane. But before the Bramble or any defensive stats come in through,
oh, look at this jungle path. Sorry to interrupt you, but Muscle went blue to Gromp to red. Level 3 gank in the top lane on Tendy's, who's flashless after trading. Teleport coming in from X-Craze as well. Tendy's trying to trade back out, but it's first blood for Muscle. Justice Punch not going to connect, and X-Craze is going to be in trouble as well. Hits the Winds of War. Disguised Monkey taken low. The auto attack actually trades that one back, but is that worth? Flash over the wall. X-Craze trying to delay. Teleport being channeled by Tendy's now as he comes in. Darkened Blade 1, 2, connect. Muscle low. Echo teleports in. It's just a scrap up in the top lane, but Tendy's can't trade it out. Double kill and 3 total from Muscle in the top lane.
Well, if you were asking for a good start for your Kindred, I don't think you're going to find a much better one than that. And just looking at the number of resources blown by both sides, coming out of it with no deaths and 3 kills has to feel amazing for Muscle.
Yeah, the only thing that could have been better is if he won the 50-50 on the Scuttle Crab. Unfortunately, didn't get that, and Aikedo going to go ahead and check. He didn't check all the way into the Wolf, so he's not going to have the full knowledge of how he actually got there so fast, but really interesting jungle path by Muscle sets up what is just an outstanding fight for Glacial to start off game number 1.
Yeah, and it worked out fantastic for Muscle because both flashes were blown so early and so aggressively in top lane that you're not going to find a much freer gank that early in the game.
Yeah, so now the insanity will calm down a little bit, less teleports available on the map, and Tendy's going to go back to work hitting this tree trying to chomp it down.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Muscle continue focusing top lane, already up there again, because the first back was Pickaxe Executioners specifically. That can only be targeting one champion.
Yeah, and the Twisted Advance going to get on from Disguised Monkey. Tendy's trying to kite out, but he's stuck trying to be an alcove gamer, and there's just no hope for him. Muscle is on a rampage at 5 minutes, and Tendy's has been targeted in a way we haven't seen any of the FPL teams do so far.
Yeah, and that's that doesn't spell particularly good for Return of the Middlesticks. Tendy's a standout member of the I'm going to carry this game organization. Card carrying, in fact. And when he doesn't get the lead that he needs to do that, then top lane can look pretty rough, especially up against a jungler who looks like they're going to continue targeting.
Yeah, Blacksalt going to get condemned into the turret, forced to flash back away. Big trade onto Arya's, though. He's low, but gets the shield from Pistachio, and will return to normalcy. Blacksalt expending both summoners. Arya's with both of his down. Pistachio used his exhaust, so Samso the only one sitting on all of them right now as Aikedo kind of peeks in, looking to see if he could make anything happen, but doesn't look like he'll find that opportunity on the gank.
Yeah, and giving a lot of respect over to Aikedo. Even without the level 6, they're going to back well beyond their tower, so there's no chance of a dive. And they'll just give over some early plate gold to Samso and Blacksalt.
Yeah, now X-Craze has hit level 6, so if Muscle continues this top lane focus, we should see X-Craze at least be able to fly in and make it a 2v2. But Tendy's again continuing to shove, and he's going to have to grab kind of an awkward back right now because of it, it looks like.
And X-Ray's not able to take his awkward back as Skifter's going to shove in the mid lane pretty hard. Knows that X-Craze wants to reset again.
Yeah, taunt gonna land from X-Craze. That's a pretty good trade, but of course Skifter has the ability to spec into Chrono Break at any point. He's doing the Kindred thing, or the Echo thing, excuse me, where you don't spec into the ultimate. Try to surprise with that first Chrono Break. But Blacksalt has roamed up to this blue buff to try to defend it from the clutches of Muscle, and they'll fend him. Go ahead and grab the Scuttle Crab for himself. That might have been mark number 2. I'll have to check. Yes, that was mark number 2 for Muscle, so already well on his way to becoming a very strong Lamb and Wolf combo.
Yeah, and already the supports leaving their lanes pretty early allows for some interesting spicy pre-6 plays except for the solo laners, and it also allows some solo XP to go over to the ADCs as Dragon gets taken there by Glacial Vendetta. No contest, not really in position to, and didn't want to take that fight with the 4-0 Kindred this early.
Yeah, and that's honestly just kind of set up by that blue invade. As weird as that is, they get the spot where Aikedo is, they force them to defend their blue buff, but then you know that he's got to spend the time clearing that side of the jungle after that, so you can have free reign over the dragon side. So Glacial, feeling pretty good. About 1,000 gold lead here at 8 minutes. Nothing to sneeze at, as Tendy's still continuing the trades. He's doing pretty well in these trades, although I'd almost like to see him get an Executioner's here. I know that he's got the Grievous on his Berserker stance, but...
Yeah, interestingly enough, Disguised Monkey actually opting for Kindle Gem before any armor items, so allows Tendy's to continue...
Oh, Solar Flare gonna land. He actually hits the Zenith Blade after getting contend. Pistachio is super low. Aikedo uses the Rampage of Shadows, gets the kick back. Doesn't finish off the kill.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he canceled the auto. That's so tragic.
And now Ari is just gonna auto him down. He's got the movement speed. Is the blast plant enough? It's not! Aikedo falls. Oh,
that's the kind of thing that can happen with nerves in game 1. You're trying to make everything happen as quickly as possible, and you click movement 1 second too early, and you don't let an auto go off, and it's the difference.
Well, 5-1 now for Glacial Vendetta. Kindred continuing to do pretty much whatever they want. Gonna go ahead and grab up the first Rift Herald as Samso, gonna fight some Krugs. The Prestige Krugs, worth noting. Oh, the invade though. Disguised Monkey and Muscle looking for Aikedo. They're not gonna find him immediately. They were kind of checking for that mark. They'll call in the Galio ult. Disguised Monkey gets knocked up, taunted, and he'll go down as Aikedo takes home his first kill of the game. And little overextension there from Muscle and Disguised Monkey. Didn't have the backup from Skifter. Yeah,
a little odd knowing that at no point has Galio opted to use the Grand Entrance or the Heroic Entrance just yet. So Grand Entrance, my former Rakan main showing.
But now Muscle will be able to catch this wave on the top side. Despite the 4 kills, actually a little bit behind in CS, but he'll be able to grab up some of this minion wave, while Tindy's, of course, is going to pressure him every step of the way. But Arya's and Pistachio grab up a turret plate for themselves on the bottom side. Top X-Rays. Oh, that's actually a lot of damage. What was that?
That would be Hextech Alternator was up for that Q there, so...
Solar Flare again onto Pistachio, flash forward, gonna land the Zenith Blade, and the Onslaught of Shadows is more than enough. Samso gets on the board as well. So, the early plays, really good for Glacial Vendetta, but the last couple, Return to the Middlesticks pulling the trigger on, they've clawed their way back in with 2 good kills.
Yeah, and a completely different look than Glacial Vendetta. Ikato only pretty much going bot lane for his early game impact.
Yeah, not the typical feed the tendies. He's kind of on a poverty build up there in the top lane. He's got the Iron Spike Whip plus his Kindle Gem sitting at 0-3 and 2 down CS. It's a very unique situation for a Return to the Middlesticks game. But now here comes Muscle into the bottom lane, looking to turn this one back around. Arya's getting a lot of damage from those Silver Bolts procs. They'll go forward. Ikato is here, maybe looking to turn this around on the counter gank. Got the move speed. He'll kick back in Muscle, but now Teleport coming in as Disguised Monkey and Tendy's looking to join. Pistachio's taken down Ikato. The dive forward from Echo is good, and it's going terribly wrong for Return to the Middlesticks. A double kill for Arya's, and now Glacial will get the push that they wanted down on this bottom side.
That seems like a little bit of a uncharacteristically aggressive play from Ikato, knowing that X-Rays doesn't have ulti, doesn't have TP. The only one who can join is the aforementioned Tendies, who's very behind. Skifter gonna have to probably burn his ulti here. Nope, he's got phase dive.
Oh, the flash forward for the passive auto wasn't quite enough. Can X-Craze actually track it down? The Time Winder is enough to slow him up. He's got the passive, the Z-Drive Resonance, plus the phase dive. That actually might be enough, but Muscle is here as well. He goes forward, a couple of autos are going to secure that kill, and X-Craze not able to find the solo kill glory. Instead, Muscle will find another kill, and that'll be a second dragon to Glacial Vendetta. Plus that turret in the bottom lane, they've opened up quite a lead for themselves now at 13 minutes.
Yeah, that feeds into a transition that I was going to make before we got a little bit more action, is that in this position, Return to the Middlesticks actually opting not to slow the game down. Instead, they're the ones looking for the aggressive plays, and they're getting punished for it. They seem like they're uncharacteristically desperate for an equalizer here that they probably don't need yet this early.
Yeah, this will be a tough comp to play against from very far behind, but we'll have to see if they can claw their way back in it. For Glacial, just some really good pathing in play so far from Muscle. Can't overstate the impact that he's had early on. Arias has played really solidly on the Vayne, just kind of capitalizing on ROTM's mistakes. And those are the two members that you really want to see fed if you're Glacial, and they're the two members with all of the gold right now.
So there's been a lane swap and an interesting development. Disguised Monkey has actually gone for the Imperial Mandate version of Maokai, even though he's not on support, which would signal why he wasn't building Bramble, and maybe doesn't intend to this game, as he's already being moved out of top lane, and out of a scenario where he would need to 1v1 Tendies that often.
I'm almost curious then, if you stop side-laning Disguised Monkey, you group him up with the team and you use Muscle as sort of that third minion wave collector. Tendies hits the ultimate trying to find the damage, and Ikato's here in the back pocket. This is what we've seen more traditionally from ROTM. Who's going to secure the kill? It looks like it'll be Ikato grabbing that one to go up to 2 and 2. They'll find the pick in the bottom lane on Disguised Monkey, but the cost on the top side might be a little bit high, as now Arya's, Pistachio, and Muscle will continue to push in.
Yeah, and as you said it, he gets punished for the for maybe not opting to join his team, or at least not be pushed up in bot lane without any particularly good defensive stats.
Still lived quite a while, I will say.
We call it the Maokai effect.
The Drain Tank experience up there. Just look at the defensive vision right now for RTM. You can see how pressured they feel in the game by where their wards are at right now. They're just back in their blue side jungle. They're back in their red side jungle. They're trying to defend this tier 1 while Tendies gets the tier 1 in bottom lane. But yeah, it's just very unusual.
They do
for our
seem,
biased eyes.
They do seem very. I mean, these wards, this vision, and the fact that they're playing up underneath the tier 1 turret tells me that they want to hold on to it for some particular reason. They feel compelled to keep this one standing, and it will, with the number of members up there for Glacial Vendetta, they're actually just going to move on to the Rift Herald. So it's a fairly standard response, I think.
Yeah, they'll grab Sheila. They could just break that tower now that ROTM has invested a little bit into trying to defend. As Disguised Monkey just gonna wander through mid lane. That'll leave bottom lane potentially open for Tendies to push out. Just kind of interesting lane assignments all around. But we have the Australian lanes for the time being. 1:30 left on that third dragon, our first Infernal Dragon of the game.
Yeah, and it does look like, no, he's walking back bot lane. I thought for a second that Disguised Monkey heading mid was going to be that lane swap that we had potentially called ahead of time, but it will be Skifter and Muscle walking back out to their respective areas, jungle and mid. And I am interested to see what the following build items are for Disguised Monkey with this more supportive Maokai. He's actually opted for the Sorcerer's Shoes as well, so a very different Maokai look.
X-Craze with the double tap on the taunt, just trying to get any damage that he can down onto Skifter, not really taking any in return just yet. As Black Salt walking forward for the vision, they have to be really careful around Muscle in particular. Still has the Lamb's Respite available, but RTM for the time being has actually muscled their way in. No pun intended. I need to stop saying that word, but They've pushed their way in. They've got vision control over the dragon area to start out with, but they are here significantly early. Still 25 seconds left on that dragon spawn. Tendies is backing right now. He's going to have teleport available once that dragon hits the rift, or right now. That was the timer.
Yeah, and they lose a little bit of prio in the lanes and pretty much have to abandon their position on the dragon because of the lane states, especially with the Rift Herald spawned in mid, so despite all that setup, they kind of just gave up pit.
Yeah, they also dropped that double wave top in order to even get in that position. But in comes Aikedo looking for the steal. He gets condemned into the wall, but it is taken, secured by Muscle. In comes the Glacial. It's a huge knock-up. The Lamb's Respite doing pretty well for themselves, but it's an even trade so far. Samso trying to dash forward. They're trying to get onto Arya's, it looks like, at the backside. He can't kite away, but Muscle is still alive in the back. Tendies has realized the target. He's in Darkened Blade number 2. Number 3 doesn't connect, and he'll fall. X-Craze gets Chrono Braked on, and he'll fall as well. It's an ace for Glacial Vendetta at 18:30.
Yeah, and that's kind of exactly what I was talking about when we were discussing the draft, that these team fights are going to be in such close proximity that a lot of it just comes down to who plays the timing on Lamb's Respite better. The Galio ultimate there was huge into a 4-man taunt, but they couldn't finish anybody, and then it just goes to who has better kiting.
Yeah, they just lacked a little bit of damage because that CC setup was huge. Aikedo gonna walk in. You can see the frustration just a little bit trying to chase down some of these jungle camps, but maybe it'll pay off for him. Skifter gets the little shield from his parallel convergence, but he's not gonna find that. He'll get shut down by Aikedo. Teleport coming in from X-Craze as they're looking to maybe track down some of these other late resets. Aikedo and X-Craze looking for the CC. They'll get the taunt on Disguised Monkey. Muscle the big target in the back. Watch him in this fight. He's forced out of it. Aikedo taken low as Arya's collapses from the top. They'll take down Aikedo, but Muscle now in trouble. He'll dance just out of the zone of the pullback, but he will fall eventually. A big shutdown for Tendies as RTM finds a scrap, maybe that they needed. Arya's is low. Tendies gets condemned into the wall. A triple kill for Arya's as he popped off on the Vayne. 18-9 now. A relatively even fight, but it does very slightly favor Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah, and everybody gunning for Muscle and Skifter there because they knew both ult were down and they were choosing to stay a little bit too long, but they spin so much and tunnel so hard that they end up giving the Vayne a triple kill on the backside of it, which, I mean, at this point, the Vayne is bigger than Muscle is, so...
Yeah, they have now picked their poison, and now their poison is Vayne. We'll need to watch Arya's, well, and Muscle. Both of their DPS is just incredible at this point. As you see the second item start to come through, that Phantom Dancer to help keep Arya's alive feels really nice. But you've got the Gale Force Stormrazor for Muscle, and no one's sitting with 2 items on the side of Return of the Middlesticks.
Yeah, and the more this game gets played the way it's being played, the more this Maokai build makes sense. A lot of members of Return of the Middlesticks have no choice but to face check. They have to walk in melee, even if they have sweepers, and so the saplings are going to be a nightmare, and then everybody's going to get hit by the Maokai ultimate because they're all playing melee range at pretty much all points of the game.
Same so in Black Salt trying to contest the Scuttleman grab. I don't think this is the time for that, actually. Black Salt uses the Solar Flare, but he's in a little bit too deep. Aikedo dives forward, but do they have the damage? It doesn't look like Lamb's Respite is popped. As Muscle trying to kite back on the top side, Tendies is in trouble as well. It's a double kill for Muscle, and Arya's will find one as well. That'll be the Baron for Glacial Vendetta, and just a weird little fight for ROTM without X-Praise in their back pocket, without Samso. They choose to engage.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not what I'm used to watching from Return of the Middlesticks, especially the FPL team. They always play way more controlled than this, and you can tell that the close situations that have not fallen their way are actually really getting to them.
So 21-9, the Baron buff in the pocket of Glacial Vendetta. They're looking for that killer punch to send us into game 2. We'll see where they want to assign their lanes. They have a lot of options available to them. Vayne's very strong, Echo's very strong, Kindred's very strong. You can set up a 1-3-1, you can set up basically whatever you want. Aikedo's ghosting in. They're looking for the fight right now in mid lane, and they just can't find it.
And
Arya's fighting out. Black Salt is just dead. There's no hope for the rest of this game. Tendies falls as well. They'll get another big Galio ultimate, but it just doesn't matter. He's in the stopwatch. Muscle and Pistachio take him down. Double kill for Muscle as Aikedo getting kited back around. A really good fight for Glacial Vendetta as they'll push in. They actually don't have a minion wave right now, so it'll be just a second before they can grab any more towers. But Skifter, not a part of that fight, just takes down a tower on his lonesome on the bottom side, and they're basically on mop-up duty at this point.
Yeah, and I get the idea there, right? You've just blown Kindred ultimate, Dragon is coming up, gun for the enemy jungler who doesn't have protection, except at this point in the game, they don't have enough gap close to make it there in time. You can see how committed they were when Black Salt even threw Solar Flare after most of the rest of them had turned around. Muscle was already under the tower, so... They're playing without inhibs now. They've still got some life left in their base, and they still have a good team fighting comp, but they really need to either pump the brakes or find some creative method of getting back into this game, because standard play is not going to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, after those fights, normally you're talking about, oh yeah, what 1 or 2 objectives do you want? Well, they got 4. They got the bottom lane turret, the inhibitor bottom lane turret, the mid lane inner and inhibitor turret, and the inhibitor, as well as the Infernal Soul. It's all coming up with Glacial Vendetta right now.
Yeah, and the
they're
blue
even
buff
invading.
is not safe. They do get it with the smite, but yikes, that feels bad.
Well, here comes Glacial, wailing away on the turrets. What will ROTM fight for at this point? You'd think probably third inhib is what we're looking at, you would imagine.
I'm looking at mostly third inhib, because I think if you let it go to Nexus Towers, this game ends on the next Baron play. If not before that.
Aikedo's looking for Skifter on the backside of this fight. The chunk from the Infernal Soul is pretty good, and that's a 3-level deficit, but he actually is able to chase away Skifter for the time being. Maokai ult being popped as Black Salt goes in. Another big Galio ult. Can they find it? No, Arya's is Legendary on the backside. He gets the Wild Growth. He's got a double kill. He'll find Tendies at the end of this one as well if they hand it to him. Doesn't look like it. Gonna go ahead and put that one into Muscle's pocket. Might as well. They've split everything else this game. They'll take 24 kills between the two of them. And Glacial Vendetta should close out game number 1. It's just a matter of how many more kills will they add on.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Aikedo Samso are going to give it to them. Muscle looking for it, but Nexus is going to fall first. Really well played early game from Glacial Vendetta. They capitalized so heavily off of Muscle's early kills, and the rest of it was a lot of desperation plays from Return of the Middlesticks trying to even the score.
Yeah, I was going to say, just a really nice early game from Muscle. I really liked his jungle path. It took advantage of some of the tendencies of ROTM, and now, down 1-0, they're only their second game lost the entire season. ROTM, time to respond. I think it starts with potentially early picking something more comfortable for Tendies, and we'll see where they go from there. But for now, we'll go ahead and step aside for just a couple of minutes while we load into game number 2. All right, welcome back. Both teams wanted to jump directly into draft for game number 2, so we already have our first 3 bans off the table. They haven't changed for Glacial, and they're going to prio the Kai'Sa, which is very unsurprising. For RTM, they took the Vayne off of the table, along with the Wukong and Shen for a second time, and now will answer with their first couple of picks.
Yeah, and so they can't answer Vayne to Kai'Sa the way Glacial Vendetta did. Don't know if that was in their wheelhouse anyway, so possibly one of the reasons they banned it. Tristana for Samso I like a lot, actually.
Yeah, Tristana is a pick that's been just increasing priority pretty ridiculously. It feels like a really good pick, and Samso's been playing a lot of it. So I'm excited for the Samso Tristana. And what will they pair it with? Looks like the Nautilus for Black Salt.
I like this. I like this look a lot. It's a completely different setup for bot lane for Return to Middlesticks, and it also tracks Kai'Sa through ulti pretty well. You don't really get to get away from Nautilus ult, so.
Yeah, for Glacial, the Lulu feels like a pretty natural selection here, but we'll see if they mull it over. It's going to be the Bard for Pistachio. I'm excited for some Bard gameplay.
I love watching Bard, and Bard, low-key, I mean, he doesn't show up on tier lists necessarily, but one of the better supports in the game right now, in my humble opinion.
And the Echo again for Skifter. Did get relatively neutralized, didn't see him have a huge pop-off performance, but got a lot of work done on the split push, picking off key targets in fights. And the Jax, this is kind of the adaptation that I wanted to see. Picking something early for Tendies, and now they'll have the opportunity to ban out some things that are a little bit more difficult for him to deal with, including the Shard of the Monolith on the ban list.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're drafting Tendies earlier in the pick rotation. It was going to be Jax or Aurelia. I think Jax is a little bit safer of a pick, even when you get to ban 2 more top laners in the pool. It is just a comfort champion for Tendies, really lane dominant bully champion, which is pretty much all he plays.
I really like the Galio ban as well, actually, for Glacial. That'll mean that Xcraze has to find a different solution into Echo, and then they'll take the Hecarim off the table away from Ikado, who I imagine will see his pick here, and they'll save Xcraze for counter pick, which is kind of a unique little situation that they have for themselves. Usually they'll use it for Tendies, but because of the prio that they've put on pushing Tendies down, might as well, roll the dice a little bit on that third pick. And that is Seraphine.
That's a champion.
Yeah.
For sure. Not what I was anticipating in any way, but Seraphine does a lot of things mid lane that feel like they shouldn't work, but they just do. You can, if you land the first part of your double casted E, you pretty much land the second one unless Echo commits phase dive, and Seraphine ult is just a tool you want in any composition. It's never bad.
Yeah, in general, I'm okay with the Seraphine. It gives you a little bit more supportiveness for the Jackson Tristana. I don't know that I like Xcraze's Seraphine, but I hope that he proves me wrong. Olaf and Warwick. Olaf and Warwick are the picks.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't see anything in chat about that not being Warwick. So.
No, I think it's definitely Warwick.
Well, it's obviously Warwick, but Pro Draft has its issues. So I don't. That would be a top lane Warwick with an Olaf, presumably, or is Olaf good into Jax?
I mean, Olaf is good into Jax in so much as Olaf is good into anybody who relies on CC for their early game fighting. I don't know if they want Warwick into Jax or Olaf into Jax more. Both of them work fairly well.
They're asking if we're ready in chat. I don't know. Anyway, Talia's going to be the counter pick for jungle. I like that with the team composition that they have. Ikado's Talia is very strong normally, but I do worry quite a bit about Talia into Olaf specifically. It just feels like Olaf kind of. I guess you have the wall maybe, but I don't. If you're using the wall defensively, are you playing Talia?
Right, and also like either it's like a heavy read that Olaf is actually the top laner and they're playing Warwick jungle, which I don't know if that's actually that much better for Talia than the Olaf is. Um, Neither of those champions seem like a fun matchup for Talia to play into, but also it leaves the comp for Return to the Middlesticks notoriously squishy.
Yeah, they play a lot of squishy comps though. This isn't like an unusual situation for them. I'm curious about the Talia rather than like a Lilia or a Elise. Like if you need the AP, I feel like both of those champions are a little bit stronger into the team comp that Glacial has. I hope that I'm wrong. Like I sincerely uh, hope that I am, but we'll see where they go. It's Warwick confirmed, by the way. That's not just a misclick. So Warwick for Disguised Monkey up in the top lane against Tendy's Jax.
Yeah, that is that is an answer to Jax that I don't see very often, and so I'm trying to run the matchup in my head, and I think it actually does fairly well as far as I can tell. I mean,
Yeah,
fear is just really disgusting.
yeah. I guess I had forgotten about the fear. You can kind of negate some of the damage with your channel. Yeah, it seems okay. I oh, that's just a ban, right? Yeah. Okay. Even if that had been a misban, it shouldn't have been a big deal. I just don't want to have to sit through another draft. It's already bad enough that you have to sit through 2 drafts with Pro Draft. Let's not do a third one. But um, yeah, these are some really interesting team compositions now. You have the Nautilus and the Jax for a little bit of engage and like frontlininess for ROTM, but basically it's just we're all going to do damage and we're all going to support Jax and Tristana. And for Glacial, they go one way. Olaf and Warwick run at you. Echo runs at you. Kaisa runs at you. Bard doesn't run at you, but he enables people to run at you.
Yeah, it's actually kind of reminiscent of the comp that we just saw Return to the Middlesticks play, where people are running at you and Kaisa is running at you, and it's pretty much just full on aggression. But some different tools for Glacial Vendetta than Return to the Middlesticks had in the previous game with Kaisa. They've got the Bard ultimate. They've got Echo's ability to port back out. They've got a suppression, which those are hard to come by in League of Legends. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, and it potentially means that we'll have to see some Quicksilver taxes being paid, which negates some of the gold advantage that you might be able to get. I am really interested in the Seraphine Echo lane. Like once Seraphine gets a little bit of AP going, you can nuke the wave, but Echo is just as good at pushing back. So I'm kind of curious what advantage X-Craze would have in that lane.
I just had the opportunity recently to play into mid lane Seraphine, which I thought was a dead meme, to be honest with you. But I don't follow picks that heavily, so when I played into it, I thought it was. I mean, I was playing Yasuo in an exhibition match, and I thought Yasuo into Seraphine sounds like a horrible time for Seraphine. I kind of got bodied the first couple of levels. The champion just does things that doesn't feel like it should be able to do. Maybe that was just my experience, but it is another melee high damage matchup into Seraphine. We'll see how safe X Craze can play at pre 6.
Yeah, the W from Seraphine just a really good tool to help keep him safe, but Echo does a lot of damage. I just worry about the Seraphine, and especially X Craze likes to be more aggressive, and that could really cost him in that lane. But kind of looking around the rest of the map, Tristana Nautilus versus Kaisa and Bard. Kaisa and Bard should have a pretty good early lane there. They can potentially push Samso and Black Salt in, but the all-in potential from Tristana and Nautilus is huge.
It definitely is, and there's once they're in, there's very little that Bard can do about it. Um, if they can actually get onto either one of them. Bard's not known for being a particularly efficient peel support unless you're stalling people out with the Zanya's bomb. So
yeah, we'll have to see. About a minute left in the spectator delay. Thank you guys for joining us here on the FillyB's esports stream. Right now, again, Glacial Vendetta up 1-0. They're popping out the Warwick top, the Bard support, maybe trying to flex their lead just a little bit, show some interesting picks, and we'll see if Middlesticks can fight their way back and find the equalizer in the series. We, potentially could be headed to a quick 3-0, the way that game felt, but Middlesticks could find that equalizer. We could be in for a long night.
yeah, it's very possible. Some outlier champion picks on both sides here, and one of them is going to work out. I'm excited to find out which one it is.
Yeah, so we'll step aside for just a second while we load into game. And yeah, thanks again for joining us. Back, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of the FPL finals coming to you on the Rift. On the bottom side of the Rift, wearing the blue health bars for game number 2 will be Glacial Vendetta, and on the top side of the Rift, wearing the red health bars, will be Return of the Middlesticks. Yeah, one of our chat members called it. It's Barrier Warwick top. This is a completely normal event that's happening. Okay, they're invading. Tendies might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to hop away to the ward. Do you start Mystic Magical Journey and go for it? No. Okay, they're just going to take the ward and get out. That's fair.
Which does indicate correctly that Muscle has opted not to do the ward and back. Just starts with the sweeper because of the invade. And yeah, I'm desperately trying to find any proof that Barrier Warwick top is actually a thing, instead of just happening on my screen in the FPL Grand Finals.
Yeah. The counter invade from our TM, just Samsung Blacksalt going to push in. They'll grab that ward around the Raptor pit, and this is a little awkward situation here. They haven't left from the invade, and Olaf and Warwick are invading at level 1. Aikido and Tendi's trying to defend the red buff here. Threaded volley coming through, a lot of damage as well. X-Cray sliding down to maybe try to help out. He'll get the big W in, but Tendi's is in trouble. The barrier from Disguised Monkey is going to make the difference. It's first blood for Glacial as the red buff resets. Skifter able to join in. Everybody's still level 1, just scrapping in the jungle. Tendi's heads up to the top lane with his teleport off of respawn, but already again, not a great start for ROTM. The first blood on the invade, they will get out, so Aikido is left leashless on his red buff, but he should be able to take it down at least.
Yeah, and apparently this actually is just a thing. If you take Warwick top, Grasp or Conqueror, you just go Barrier. That's I mean, at least 2 different meta sites have confirmed this for me, and it seems to work out perfectly fine for Disguised Monkey in that scenario there. So Yeah. Tendy's set behind once again, but
I mean,
not
is
far.
he though? He's ahead
Is
with the
he?
counter strike. He's got the autos. There's no flash, and he'll get the solo kill in the top lane. Tendy's, back maybe into old form. That's kind of the downside of the summoners going down at level 1 is that sometimes you teleport back in and can get jumped on.
Yeah, the correct answer is that was a really nice hook setup, actually.
I didn't think that hook was going to land, and neither did Pistachio, as he takes half of his health for his trouble.
Yeah, Samso autoed and killed the ranged minion that would have blocked it as the hook came out. It was actually really well coordinated.
Oh, another hook onto Pistachio, then jump in with the bomb on him. Is this enough damage? It is! Samso finds the kill, he gets the reset, not going to go for it with Arya's, but this is a much different early game than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, and that's, there's not a lot to say about that. It's not like Glacial Vendetta's bot lane is holding summoners to be greedy. They definitely used all of theirs and died anyway. So that's the power of Tristana, I guess.
I mean, that was just 2 really good hooks from Black Salt, and Pistachio definitely not mispositioning on the first one. That was just class, basically, from Black Salt and Samso. The second one, maybe a little bit out too wide looking for the Cosmic Binding, but regardless, it's a much different looking early game, and now we can see these teams play it out from here. Tendy's still looking for this. He needs to be careful, though. Disguised Monkey has muscle in the back pocket, gets the counter-strike, and he'll be able to get away. Oh, he jumps back in! Why did he go back in? There's no way that he wanted that! What?
Sometimes you just forget that Warwick heals with Grasp and his Q and pretty much everything else he does, and you think you've got enough to burst him from about 280. That sometimes happens, I guess.
Yeah, the bigger issue, I think, is that he doesn't have his teleport now, so this wave is just getting eaten by the tower, and Muscle is still hanging up there. Oh, they're getting pings on him. They might know. They might still look for this. Hook in the bottom lane onto Arya's, though. Samso and Black Salt trying to take matters into their own hands. One more auto from Samso will secure the kill. He'll fall to the turret as Pistachio takes that one evenly. This guy's Monkey still low. Volley from Aikedo is enough. The snare from X-Craze as he's able to walk back up. Flashes over the wall, they're looking for it, they're feeling it. Tendy's with the counter-strike, gets the stun, gets the bop, and Tendy's finds another kill. 5-3 for Return of the Middlesticks, and could we really ask for a more bloody early game?
No, this even exceeds some of my gold games in terms of number of kills pre-6 minutes. So I don't know what else to say about that. That's usually about the end of the conversation there. This time, Muscle does get punished for the amount of attention he's paying to Tendy's up in top lane. Not only does Aikedo come up, but also X-Praise on their own.
I mostly liked Black Salt had his back interrupted 2 or 3 times. Oh, that's a fear. Coming down, Disguised Monkey getting a little bit better at that trade. Red buff on Tendy's, though, is going to hurt. Another bop with the Empowered Strike, but everybody backs off. Anyway, Black Salt had his recall interrupted twice, so just decides to go in and hook into a 1v2, because why not? Just... Anyway, let's take a small step back and take a look at what we've got. Oh, the Executioner's calling by for Tendy's. I really like that, given the struggle that he's had with the Warwick healing already.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the correct call. And, on top of that, I'm interested to see where the rest of this bot lane goes, because it's not like Samso and Black Salt have been using super huge resources every time they opt for this hook plus all of the Nautilus damage plus 4 auto attacks and bomb combo to kill. You can do that about every 15 seconds-ish, assuming you land everything.
Yeah, they do have to be a little bit careful just because of the auto push from Tristana. The explosive shot means that your minion wave will pretty much always be pushing unless the enemy team is really focused on shoving you in, and that can open you up to muscle ganking. We saw Skifter even walk part of the way down, could join on a little journey. Magical journey through the wall is going to bring Olaf in. Rocket jump away. Black Salt just dodges out of the axe and forced to burn his flash, so could open up an opportunity later on. Disguised Monkey is level 6 to the level 5 of Tendy's, and that chomp with the Feral Bite is That's a bit of damage.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that wave that Tendy's lost to tower really showing up in the CS differential in top lane. Also starting to affect XP a little bit. You see Tendy's a level behind. This guy's Monkey is 6 off of that blue buff. Should be the gank here from Aikato, except he's not pulling the trigger on the wall.
Yeah, they saw Olaf on the bottom side, so Aikato goes and steals the blue buff as well as the wolves, but in response, the dragon gets taken. So, dragon on the side of Glacial Vendetta. Looks like it'll be the Rift Herald answer from Return to the Middlesticks, as well as the blue buff that was previously mentioned. So, you know, trades across the map, which is what you want to see scaling into mid and late game for two teams that have, you know, put the time in this season. Want to see a good finals out of it. Disguise Monkey's gonna walk in. He finds Black Salt here. Muscle and Disguise Monkey gonna pull the trigger on the Infinite Duress. The wall is going to block off Disguise Monkey from Muscle. He can't get over that wall right now, but Black Salt is low. The auto is enough. He doesn't have the CC. Aikato flips Skifter back in, but he's trying to kite back away. Seraphine isn't here to try to help out. There's the Echoed Voice ultimate from X-Craze, but it's just to zone him off. Or Encore, excuse me. Echoed Voices is passive, but yeah, Skifter can't find the dive onto Aikato, long story short.
Yeah, and uses his flash to look for it too, so that is flashless Echo in the mid lane without ultimate. We'll see if Aikato chooses to return to that lane anytime soon, but right now he's got company as blue buff.
Yeah, trying to throw that threaded volley, but the magical journey will get everybody out, and a nice little grab for Muscle and company as they'll take home that blue buff. Aikato's still worried about his crop, but
that's the kind of thing you can just do with Bard. I mean, in any other scenario without magical journey, you know, Seraphine walks down a little bit, Black Salt angles a hook against the wall that's basically undodgeable, and somebody gets hit by it. But no, they're just going to go through the wall.
kind of interesting. No real AP picked up so far from X-Craze, so his wave clear a little bit lacking, but he's got the ability haste instead. I'm kind of curious about the choice there, but Tendy's in Disguise Monkey renewing formalities up in the top lane, just trading it out. That healing, though, really starting to work against Tendy's. I feel like he needs a Vamp Scepter almost just to try to equalize some of the healing.
I think the strat in the mid lane is the more abilities you cast, the faster you stack up tier. Truly brilliant experience stuff from X-Craze here, except for that he can't kill the ranged creeps with a dual Q, so, you know, pros and cons.
Yeah, oh, the hook, though, onto Arya's. They're gonna get a little bit better of that trade. Tendy's maybe looking for the all-in, gets the counter-strike. That's a really interesting little interaction that we keep seeing, is Tendy's will go in, hit the counter-strike for the stun, and it means that Warwick can't pop the fear to help CC him in return.
Yeah, and that loop seems to be working very well for Tendy's here, because...
Oh, the Infinite Duress. Look at that healing, though, from the Infinite Duress.
Lord.
The teleport from X-Craze coming back in, but Skifter is here. They'll jump onto the Seraphine and take her down. Tendy's will fall as well. The double kill for Muscle, and Muscle has been the catalyst for so many good plays in both games so far for Glacial Vendetta, and this no exception. 2 kills under his belt for a total of 3. Has the Gore Drinker completed. The man is carrying his way through the series so far.
Yeah, and this is going to be, yep.
Oh, and that'll set up Skifter for the teleport down to the bottom lane. Another teleport from Tendy's being channeled. Aikato in a little bit of trouble. They've already taken down Skifter, though. This is going well for Return to the Middlesticks as they find 2 kills. Tendy's still jumping forward. Pistachio forced to flash away as the magical journey. Tendy's is still looking for it. He's feeling it, but does he actually have the damage? That binding looked a little bit weird as it does drag him into the wall. Muscle still hanging out over, throws the undertow through. This guy's Monkey will get the chunk on the top tower and will calm down for just a second, but it's about a 1,000 gold lead, maybe a little bit more if this tower falls, but that's got a lot of plating built up now.
Okay, highlight moments before I get back to talking about the game. Skifter died to the threaded volley, even though Aikata was actually in the parallel convergence stun, and it was a beautiful sidestep on the Nautilus hook from Pistachio before taking the magical journey, otherwise he would have just gotten pulled out of it.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I saw that coming. That's why I just stopped talking, is because I saw the Tempered Fate into parallel convergence combo happening in the bot lane before it happened, and then nobody on Return of the Middlesticks died from it.
Yeah, just not quite the damage there, but as a result of this play and Muscle coming down, that'll be Dragon number 2 in their pocket, and Ocean Soul potentially on the table very early on in this game for them again. That is now 4 dragons, well, 6 dragons total in the series for Glacial Vendetta, and 0 for Return of the Middlesticks.
Yeah, they definitely do have the dragon timer and setup unlock. They have not dropped one, as you said.
Oh, Skifter gonna look for Aikado here, just dodges out of the parallel convergence deftly, and will walk away from that attempt after grabbing the ward.
And the Ocean Soul stacking even more healing for one of these two teams.
Yeah, Tendy's trying to jump away, doesn't have the counter-strike available after using it aggressively, and again the dive comes out off of that infinite duress cooldown. That's really tough to play around, and now Aikado getting a little bit of a gameplay experience. It looks like trying to fit back behind the wall and dive away, but Skifter can just jump back over it. Do they actually have the damage? They finally do to finish him off as Skifter takes him down. Another good dive by Glacial Vendetta up in the top lane. Return of the Middlesticks grabs the tower in the bottom lane. They're going to send their bot lane up to top for the Australian lane setup. We'll see if that helps them out just a little bit away from this Warwick and Olaf pressure.
Yeah, and even with the comp difference between games 1 and 2, this seems pretty textbook for,
Arya's gonna go ahead and use the Killer Instinct in. X-Craze roots him up. There's just no damage from this Seraphine. Skifter gets pulled back in. There's no way to kill him, though. They need somebody else to come help. So, regardless, X-Craze survives the gank, so that feels pretty good. Tempered Fate on cooldown, as well as Killer Instinct for the time being, and 3 minutes to go on that Dragon spawn. I thought everybody was setting up for Dragon, but still a while before that.
No, quite some time. In fact, without the Dragon there, they're just looking for a kind of a cheekier kill onto X-Craze. And like you said, no damage coming out of the Seraphine. It's not like X-Craze missed any abilities in that full rotation. But also, the same thing happening in this game with the different comps as happened in game 1. Glacial Vendetta plays around the top side of the map, gets their jungler really far ahead, and then converts mid lane, or top lane, in this case mid lane, into their bot lane's playhouse so that they can make up for any disadvantages they might have had while focusing in top lane resources.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if this game, Return of the Middlesticks, can turn this bottom lane advantage into something positive for them. Tendy's is going to jump in on Skifter, as he's wont to do. That's a decent trade, but it has to be careful about the chrono break coming through. And instead, Sheila going to be targeted by Glacial Vendetta, while Return of the Middlesticks sweeps through mid lane in response, and will grab some wards in this red side jungle. I don't know about Seraphine being isolated against Warwick. That's
not a huge fan of that lane assignment, but also, who do you isolate Seraphine against?
Yeah, that's honestly fair.
I guess in this instance, because there wasn't really any solo kill in the mid lane, the correct answer would be still Echo, because Warwick can actually kill like this.
Yeah, Warwick and Olaf are here again. The Ragnarok does not allow him to be CC'd, and X-Craze feels the fury that Tendy's has felt the entire game up here in the top lane. So it's an Olaf Warwick game for Glacial Vendetta, and We need to see Samso and Black Salt, I think, really step up here for Return of the Middlesticks.
Yeah, and it's not like Tristana's not in a position to do that. Got the finished mythic item, working on the, I have to assume that's going to be rapid fire?
It looks like a Runeans right now, but...
Actually, we're both wrong.
Oh,
it's Phantom
yeah,
Dancer.
Phantom Dancer. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually, given the Warwick and Olaf on the enemy team.
But regardless, still, a hefty bit of CS up, 2-1 and 2. Samso, the strongest member by far for Return of the Middlesticks.
Yeah, 170 CS. Well, he had it at 1730. He hasn't picked up a CS since then. But just farming an outstanding clip. But now Dragon started up. Dragon number 3. Is our team actually going to contest this, or will they let it go by the wayside? Aikedo gets stunned up in the parallel conversion. Skifter on top of him. Disguised Monkey looking for his engage. Over the wall goes Tendies as the Tempered Fate comes down. The Time Winder actually takes down Aikedo on the backside of the fight. The Void Seeker will find its mark, but they're not going to continue the engage. They find the pick on Aikedo. They find the Dragon that they came for, and they'll get out.
A fantastic
and they might find a little
save.
bit more. Ragnarok coming through. X-Craze has nothing he can do about this until the ult runs off, which it just didn't quite. Now Black Salt pulls him back in. Samso jumps over the wall, so doesn't actually have the rocket jump right now. Tendies jumps in, looking for Skifter. Samso jumps in with the rocket jump, looking for it after everybody's just dying everywhere. Double kill for Arya's. Pistachio trying to fall away. The red buff, though, for Samso. He finds a double kill, hops forward, finds a triple kill. Not able to clean him up, though. His muscle will take vengeance there. 7-1 on the Olaf, and a fight win for Glacial Vendetta.
Vendetta flexing their wallets a bit there, and the only one on Return of the Middlesticks who can put up any resistance is Samso with the jumping around Yordle, shooting people with cannon experience. Basically the only out for them. On the dragon fight, even going so far as Pistachio will drop Tempered Fate and Arya's heal to get Disguised Monkey back out of there. And then they don't even reset, they just dive mid lane tower.
Yeah, well, 20 minutes on the clock. Baron Nashor has returned to his pit and becomes an objective in the game. We'll see if either team wants to put priority on that early on. Right now, Glacial going to sweep out around that Baron area. They have a lot of vision centered around the Baron pit right now and could potentially look for something. Disguised Monkey, that's so much damage off of just the Feral Bite plus the Divine Sunderer proc on Tendies.
Yeah, and that's gonna look even scarier when he finishes what looks to be Bodark? I want to say Bodark, I don't think anything else builds out of that particular combo.
Yeah, just more healing for his healing, plus the % health damage. That feels like a good second item for him. Steric's Gauge finished up for Muscle, so now he's got a shield on top of his healing, on top of his shielding. It's a big problem that our team going to have to solve. You have the Gale Force PD Tristana as your big strong member. Tendies, he's sitting on a Trinity Force. That feels okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. He's got the anti-healing, he's got the Trinity Force, he's going to be working towards a Sterix, I assume, pretty soon here. I think that's the fairly standard build path right now for Jax.
Yeah, Tendi's looking for Skifter. I don't actually know if he wins this. He's got Counter-Strike up, goes forward for the stun. I don't know about that one. You can see the frustration level from Tendi's.
Yeah, and Skifter realizes it too. He's actually going to go back in for the fight, and Tendi's not able to get the Counter-Strike off, but more parallel convergence drops.
Well,
they are going to take that opportunity to start the Baron now.
Yeah, Warwick and Bard have shown bottom lane, so the Baron started up by Return of the Middlesticks, but Muscle could just run in here. It's down to 1,000, it's smited away. So Return of the Middlesticks grabs the Baron. They'll try to get out with that Weaver's Wall. The teleport in, though, from Echo is not going to matter as Aikedo deletes him. But here comes Olaf. He's rampaging through, but he's finally shut down. Aikedo finds that one at the cost of his mid laner. Over the wall, he finds the infinite duress though. Black Salt falls, but it's actually 2 more kills. It's another big shutdown. Aikedo needs to live to keep the Baron buff alive. Just everybody flying over the wall into the fight, able to equalize the fight for Glacial.
I mean, honestly, for being the 2 members who showed bot lane when that Baron was at about 80% health, the fact that Disguised Monkey and Pistachio made it there to stall out Return to the Middlesticks escape that long after Echo and Olaf both gave themselves up for it is really impressive. And then the blind infinite duress over the wall has to feel bad for Black Salt.
Whew. All right. 18. We can catch our breath for approximately 15 seconds because now Ocean Soul is spawning on the Rift. Teams are going to converge again for another drag-out fight. There's only a 200 gold advantage for Glacial Vendetta, but we've seen every team fight go their way so far. Is this the scaling point that Return to the Middlesticks needed, or will Glacial continue their dominance over these team fights? Sun not going to land, or Snare not going to land there from X-Craze, as here comes everybody. Tendies teleports in, all 10 members in this closed-off area. Tempered Fate only lands onto Black Salt. Parallel Convergence trying to follow that one up. He'll stun only Black Salt again. A huge encore, though, from X-Craze, but he'll fall in the process. They can't kite away. Samso on the bottom side of the fight, fighting for his life as we're watching Tendies on the top side. He'll go down. Samso and Black Salt still alive. There's blinking health bars for Glacial. Black Salt, I don't know what he was thinking, but Skifter goes down. The Dragon started up. Are they going to contest? It doesn't look like it. That's Ocean Soul for Glacial.
Yeah, and a closer fight that time than the last time we saw these teams fight for Soul right after Baron dropped, and I'm sorry, Black Salt. I'm very sorry.
Black Salt just
trying.
things
going
he's got
fairly
the
well, but it's not going to matter. Yeah. Gets him to half.
Oh, Samso eats the Void Seeker, and that'll be the ace for Glacial at the end of the play. After Black Salt and Samso both getting dove underneath turret, Muscle has his way with the inner turret in the mid lane, and Glacial from 200 ahead to 3,000 ahead in one fight.
Yeah, so a couple things were a little unfortunate there at the beginning of that fight.
Aikedo can't get rid of this Olaf sticking on him. He'll back off. Well,
he made it.
He had to assume that Tendies was in the back pocket. It wasn't true for that case. I respect the back off. He could have had the kill though.
Definitely. And back to the dragon fight that went Glacial Vendetta's way. They actually Return of the Middlesticks believed wholeheartedly that the engage was going to come off of the Tempered Fate that landed solo onto Black Salt. Black Salt himself even popped the what active item is that?
Locket of the Iron Solari.
Yeah, Locket right after it happened. And so the Encore, unfortunately, wasn't spaced very well and landed onto the 2 tanks, one who can instantly remove that CC. If Encore hits any differently that fight, I think we're looking at a very different outcome for that scrap.
I just think it's so hard. We've watched Aikedo and X-Craze just get destroyed in these fights. Tendies is trying to dive solo, which he doesn't have the power right now to successfully pull off. And Aikedo and X-Craze seem to just fall immediately to Muscle. And you're left with Black Salt and Samso trying to play the back of the fight. And if the front of the fight goes a little bit better, you could see them start to turn it. But for now, Glacial are playing these team fights perfectly. They're hitting all of the key abilities that they need to. Skifter is just such a nuisance with that Echo in these fights.
Yeah, Skifter gets to basically do what he wants, as Echo does when he has his ult up, and you know, we saw that time Aryas didn't even have to pop the Killer Instinct, he was able to save it to pick off Samso in the end, but you can see the number of resources that aren't being expended for a team fight win on the side of Glacial Vendetta that could be if the fights get any closer. So Return of the Middlesticks definitely not quite there yet. I think before that exact scenario, if we play that scenario over again, if Tendies has 2 items or 2 items plus a component, maybe he gets 1 more on the backside.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not the gold flow this game for him. They're going to continue to push in mid lane right now, just kind of in a weird state where there's no objectives up on the map. There's no real attempt at a pick, so RTM trying to push out their waves as much as possible while the Baron spawns in 30 seconds. Tendies should have teleport around that time, it looks like. X-Craze has his available, although I don't think in any regard you want to sideline Seraphine right now, but...
No, for sure not. And now that the soul has been captured,
it's a nice little yeah, it's a nice little chunk, but it doesn't do anything critical for them. Pistachio and Skift are going to walk in. There's actually just no wards on the top side of that red buff right now, so completely unknown that they went over with that magical journey, but now the Baron started up. Here's the critical engagement for this game, basically. Disguised Monkey, Skifter, and Pistachio on the top side of this fight as Kaisa and Olaf continue to wear down the Baron. Tempered Fate lands onto Aikedo, and that'll trigger the fight. That's a huge encore. Tendies is in the backline. Do they actually have the damage? It doesn't look like it as Aikedo falls, but they're starting to trade. Samso's still alive. He bunny hops forward. He's got a double kill. He doesn't find the reset, though. Tendies is still in. He's still alive, trying to kite back out. Arias is here. Samso flashes forward. He finishes him off, and he'll get back out. It's a triple kill for Samso. He did pretty much every damage that he could in that fight, but Disguised Monkey and Muscle stay alive. Very critically, they'll start back on the Baron. Olaf can basically solo it at this point. I'm sure Disguised Monkey can as well. Does Samso venture into the Baron pit to try to steal, or do they just hand this one over?
I think they don't have a choice but to hand this one over. I don't think Samso without ult has, or Flash has a chance of...
They're doing this so slowly though. 5,000 health left on this. Aikedo's up. He's got Weaver's Wall available. X-Rays has teleport. Tendies has teleport on spawn, but so does Skifter. Here he teleports into the top side. Another fight breaking out around Baron. Muscle is on it. He'll take down Baron Nashor. Skifter flashes into the pit. Tendies is here. They're looking for blood. They find one stun. He's back to the parallel convergence, but Aikedo is able to take him down at the backside. Pistachio walks in. Cosmic Binding actually takes down Aikedo, but he'll sacrifice himself for that. Samso is on a rampage. Elder Dragon spawning in 27 seconds. The death timer 39 and 40 right now. It's a 4v3 on the map without Aikedo on it.
Yeah, no jungler, but notably Muscle not exactly in the best position to get into the pit for the steal. I mean, if there's a blast cone, he's got a shot at it, but
he's got
he does have flash available. Yeah, he's got flash up. This is kind of dangerous. I don't know if you want to start this if you're Return to the Middlesticks. You don't have a smite on map.
Black Salt walking in. I think they want the fight instead. They're going to hit the ultimate onto Kaisa, pull the Encore in. They're looking for Warwick at the start of the fight. He's shut down by X-Craze. Arya's now just walking through the flash forward for the auto. Black Salt has finished him off. Samso takes another kill. Muscle forced back out of the pit. Aikedo back on the map, looking to try to rejoin his team around. The Blast Cone taken by Tendies. Flash not available for Muscle, so he's got to walk his way around if he wants to steal the Infernal, or the Elder Dragon, excuse me. 8,000 health, 7,000. Where is the damage going to come from? Pistachio is over the wall. He has the Tempered Fate available. Does he fancy his chances? He throws the Magical Journey in. Oh, it's secured by X-Craze. The Tempered Fate seals everybody but Olaf up, but he's shut down by X-Craze. Skifter now into the fight. He uses his Chrono Break. They're trying to get away, and Middlesticks successfully gets the dragon and disengages.
On a knife's edge, they're playing these fights, and it's just enough time for Return of the Middlesticks to actually pick that one up and not lose everything for it like they did on the first Baron play.
31:25 on the clock. Ocean Soul still a thing in this game, by the way, on the side of Glacial Vendetta, but the last fight goes to Return of the Middlesticks as well as the Elder Dragon. Can they do anything with this big power play that they have? Can they flex their muscle and find a fight, or do they just use it to stall out the game until the next Baron spawns?
I think they're probably going to end up having to stall out the game. One thing that I was going to mention before the rest of this, basically the non-stop fight that you just ended up casting that went from one side of the map to the other, is that not all members of Return to the Middlesticks have a form of anti-healing for this.
Black Salt's going to go ahead and pop the ultimate, not able to find Disguised Monkey with the hook. He's going to get hit by the parallel convergence. They're looking for the fight, but they just can't land any crowd control right now. Instead, ROTM walking down mid lane, still looking for the push in. Olaf is backing, Bard isn't there, so they'll find one turret, maybe two, out of the back end of this, but they have to be very careful. They're gonna Weaver's Wall off the turret. That's a really nice little play. Aikedo gets hit by the Tempered Fate. Tendi starts wailing away on the turret, just bashing his way with that lamppost. Is it still a lamppost in that skin? It's more like a club, I guess. Maybe a staff? It's got staff jacks. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, the inhibitor goes down for Return of the Middlesticks. Look at that gold count, by the way. We're back to 400.
Yeah. And we're getting very close to the portion of the gold graph where the differential doesn't matter because everyone's full build. I mean, we're looking at 4 completed items on Samso plus BF Sword.
Tendies jumps in, he wants the fight. The tower is still alive, it's still wailing down the infinite duress onto Aikedo. They're trying to kite back away. Samso's still alive on the backside of this fight, but now taking tower. He's still taking the tower, he's dead! X-Craze falls as well. It's an ace for Glacial Vendetta.
Man, that hurts to see because you can see that Return of the Middlesticks' plan is to crush the fight with what remains of their Elder Dragon, and they completely ignore the tower to do so, and the tower got to ramp for so many shots before it went on to Samso that it basically ended up 3-shotting him himself. And you know, Arya's also doesn't really get punished for jumping in with the Killer Instinct. There aren't enough resources left to turn onto the Kaisa immediately like that, so they actually just only lose their solo laners on a dive in a fight that Rodham picked.
And so the balance tips back to Glacial Vendetta. Now a 4,000, almost 5,000 gold lead for them with a minute to go on the second Baron spawn. It was a good little play from Return of the Middlesticks. They grab a couple of towers mid, they grab... Well, they don't grab a tower bottom, I think is kind of the critical issue there. But here we go, with the Baron spawning. Neither team has vision right now, by the way, in the Baron pit, so this is going to be a blind walk-in for both teams unless we see something set up here in the next couple of seconds. Warwick over the wall, surveying the battlefield that's about to happen. The pure carnage of the bodies already laying in that pit. Oh, he doesn't... I thought that might knock him over the wall. He chooses to go in for the infinite duress. The Tempered Fate just buying time. Teleport coming in from Tendies. This guy's monkey is down to start the fight. Now Tendies looking for Pistachio. They'll stun up the Bard. They'll find another pick. That's 2 really good picks to start that fight. Arya's hasn't even been able to look at the fight. Tendies flashes forward, he gets a double stun. It'll pop Ragnarok, Skifter low. He just goes down, it's a triple kill for Tendies. Aikedo kiting back away. They'll find 4. The stun lands onto Arya's. Tendies is here. Samso flashes over the wall, still looking for it. Does he have any more gap closers? It's the Weaver's Wall that'll be the critical one. Tendies on top of Arya's, the shutdown for Samso. The super minions pushing in. This will be game number 2 for Return of the Middlesticks.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that. That was a series of decisions that was made by Glacial Vendetta in the 35th minute of the game, and we're going to game 3.
As poor as the dive in bottom lane was, I think the end of the game was just as poor for Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah.
And well done by both teams to take advantage of the small throws that they were handed. But boy, that was not a clean ending to the game, but it does tie up this series. We're headed to game 3. We'll take a short break and be right back with the draft. number 3 of the FPL finals. We just got done with a very special game, number 2. The return of the Middlesticks was able to take down at the end. So now a best of 3 remains in front of us, and these bands look very similar to the ones that we saw last game, only our team's on blue side, and now they have the opportunity to take the Kaisa again if they want it.
Yeah, if they're opting for the Kaisa, I can understand that. If they're opting to not go Kaisa, I can understand that. Based off of the yep, I do like the decision to stick with the Tristana for Samso. It looked fantastic in game 2, all things considered.
Yeah, and now Glacial can respond. I liked the Kaisa. I don't know that I really want to see the Bard again. I don't feel like it was necessarily the issue. I just think that they had a really good lane in game number 1, and I kind of want to see them get back on that priority. It's going to be the Lucian lock-in, which is very interesting. That's a flex pick potentially between Arya's Skifter, maybe disguised Monkey, although he's more of like a tank bruiser player from what I've seen.
I don't feel like that's bot lane. I feel like they hovered Jhin just to bait that it's bot lane, and they're not actually playing Lucian Thresh.
Yeah, it could be the wife steal lane, and that could potentially be locked in. It is definitely the Thresh. I will 100% say that Pistachio is playing that, but now we'll see where RTM wants to go. Nautilus feels fine here, so does Leona. It's pretty open book for RTM right now.
Yeah, they can have their pick of solid Black Salt champions here in this lineup, and it's going to be Nautilus again. No reason to deviate from a lane that won fairly handily in bot lane. It was definitely smashing it early game.
Yeah, I wonder if Tendies is going to be a little bit gun shy after kind of he took the blind pick on the Jax. I don't know that this will be him. I feel like this is going to be the Aikedo slot. Should see a jungler come through. I don't know about that.
I really don't know about that. Maybe it's a hover? No, it's not. Okay, let me tell you why I don't know about that. Game 2. I have concluded my argument.
Yeah, now Glacial gets the opportunity to counterpick into Seraphine, potentially on R3, and that could be what we see right there. Again, Cassiopeia does flex between both solo lanes relatively well, but we'll go down the Tendies tier list as well, banning out the Jax. This is a rough spot again for RTM, I think, where they put themselves with this draft. You're going to probably see a jungler here for Glacial, and then Tendies is going to have to blind again, but with a smaller champion pool.
Yes, the blind top pick scenario. I don't expect to see the return of Aatrox, all things considered.
I think it feels like an Akali angle, but we'll have to see where they want to go. For Glacial, they have this jungle pick. They have it, relatively open. Honestly, you could go back to the Kindred if you wanted to. You could go to an Olaf. You could throw, something else out. I know he's played a lot of Volibear. They flex that between jungle and if I'm not mistaken. And there it is. All right. So again, I believe that's a flex pick. Don't quote me. I know Disguised Monkey has played it. I believe Muscle has as well. So this, still leaves us with potentially more questions than answers. And now our team has to try to complete this puzzle with their last 2 picks.
Yeah, and there is no hard and fast. I didn't like the Seraphine pick from game 1. I was mostly referring to the fact that I'm not ever blinding Seraphine in B3 in this draft. So they must really value the Encore specifically, because that's about the only notable thing I think Seraphine brought to game 2's comp.
Jace locked in. I actually have not seen Tendies play Jace in quite a while in the Kha'Zix. There's a couple of targets that are assassinable right now for Kha'Zix. We'll have to see if he can navigate the miasma, if he can navigate the Thresh, and I believe in Aikedo. We'll see what he's got for game number 3, but it feels like Glacial's comp is much easier to play and more well-rounded. That'll be the Sejuani being hovered and locked in, so a lot of tankiness now for Glacial, a lot of straightforward team fighting. This is a very scary comp that Glacial has put together.
Yeah, and it feels like we've gone from a squishy comp that Return of the Middlesticks executed pretty well on to an even squishier comp. I mean, Jace is not Jax, despite the fact that both champions build damage and hit like trucks. There's no Counter-Strike here. Tendies is going to have to be a lot more careful about how he tries to position and play, especially around the mid to late game if he's pushing in a side lane here.
Well, and just the level 6 combo. Volibear can turn off the turret with Sejuani diving in. That should be a dead Jace like 100% of the time, unless Tendies, does what Tendies does occasionally and has that huge outplay. We're waiting just a second in the lobby. It looks like Samso had an issue that he had to resolve by restarting the client, and we'll get into second draft. Well, yes, we've had one draft. But what about
we've had one, yes. What about second draft, where I continue making up things that may or may not be true with my gold 4 solo queue player analysis to fill 4 minutes while we wait for the game to start. It's my favorite time of day. Even I'm confused.
Well, let's set the stakes for this game again. We're sitting at 1-1. We've seen a pretty dominant performance by Glacial in game number 1, followed by, you said not to say back and forth, so I'm not going to say it. We saw a hotly contested game number 2 that wound up in the pocket of ROTM despite not having a significant lead at any point in that game. And now we're set up game number 3, the start of essentially the best of 3 for the championship. And these drafts are interesting. It's amazing how much throwing 4 bans at Tendies makes it feel like not an ROTM comp anymore. Like, we're so used to the bruiser assassin, almost like niche. Think anything TF Blade plays.
That's pretty much exactly what I was going to say too, because like it is also interesting to note the priority picks develop as the series moves out, because you were talking about stakes and I instantly thought, okay, we're sitting 1-1. The only like 100% true thing is that this will not be the last game of the series.
Yeah.
So this is the comp. This is where you kind of decide, does this work, or are we back to the drawing board again for game 4? And both teams are kind of sitting in that boat right now.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of a different. It's a third different look from ROTM. They have more of like a poke siege comp almost that they've built out with the Jason Seraphine. Tristana even kind of works well in that siege comp. I don't know exactly what Kha'Zix does other than provide a bridge and some potential assassination potential, and Aikedo is very comfortable on the champion. But for Glacial, you can envision exactly what a team fight looks like for them. You can see the multiple ways that they have to engage, the multiple DPS sources. It's a very deadly comp for Glacial. And again, ROTM taking the harder to execute side of the matchup.
Yeah, harder to execute, but maybe in some ways a little bit more explosive. I mean, there is a world where there are 3 champions on Return of the Middlesticks' side that can kind of convert this into an automatic win, depending on how hard they stomp the early game. I mean, you've got 3 that jump in and basically one-shot their target if they're fed enough, and one of those is the AD carry that you want to be pumping all of your gold into anyway, not just the Kha'Zix bridge or the J split push. So
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. We're going to step aside again for another minute while we load up game number 3. You won't want to miss it here. FillyB's Pro League Finals game number 3 will be loading up here in just a second. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 of the FPL Finals as we spawn onto Summoner's Rift. On the bottom side of the Rift, wearing the blue health bars for game number 3, will be Return of the Middlesticks. And on the top side of the Rift, looking to get their lead back, will be Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah,
this is where the
and we're back to 5 point. I like this.
Yeah, this is where the fatigue starts to set in for both the players and the casters. So we'll see how inane we start to get through the series. We're guaranteed at least one more after this.
Yeah, game 4 is where we stop being able to think League of Legends, and game 5 is where we stop being able to form intelligible sentences. So.
Oh, that was kind of BM. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Tendy's not on the good list right now. Santa was watching and did not have kind things to think about that.
Coal in 11 months. Just coal. Not the item, not for Jace. Cole feels like a dead meme this season, all things considered.
Yeah, it was weird. You used to just, kind of randomly buy it throughout the game. Well, not throughout the game, but like early game, if you just had that spare 400 sitting around. Now, haven't really seen it other than just kind of random people thinking that it's a good item.
Race to Mythic unless you're playing Imperial Mandate ASOL and you need Rylai's first is the thing now, I guess.
Yeah, or like Callista, I guess. There's a handful of champions, but this is the Jace experience. We've talked a lot about specific champion experiences and fantasies. This is the Jace experience. You go in at level 0 and you just start walking through the minion wave to attack your melee lane opponent who can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and then you play towards the bush so that every time that you want to auto attack the enemy laner, you can, and then immediately break minion aggro and then do it again. It's almost like being Rengar, except you don't have to commit to anything. And consequently, you do less damage. But
yeah, this is really interesting. So Muscle goes for the same jungle start that he did in game number 1, maybe trying to catch Tendy's being a little over aggressive. We'll see if he adapts. They did spot him on the ward at the red buff this game, and Aikato's on the same side of the map this game as well.
Yeah, we'll see if that actually ends up being anything, because he is going in for that patented I just finished my 3 camp start gank, but the wave's not in the same spot. Tendy's is not half health. He's ranged. He has phase rush. Nothing's happening.
Yeah, he transforms into hammer form and will walk away from the gank. So already much better than game number 1. And game number 2, I guess, because he solo died at red buff to start off the game. So, yeah, this is a much better early game unless X-Craze dies, which... Wait, the bottom lane is here! X-Craze is under turret and he cleanses and he can't get away! First blood goes to Glacial. Tendy's jumps in, hits the knock back there, but... that's a level 2 roam from the bottom lane for the kill in mid.
Nope. Hit me back in a little bit. I'm still processing. I saw Lucian walk out of bot lane because, directed camera. I wasn't actively looking at minimap at that second, and I saw a third member show up, and I'm like, okay, Thresh roam level 3, that makes sense. And then a PTA mark showed up underneath Seraphine's feet, and I was like, something's incorrect.
Yeah, that's another really creative early game from Glacial. All 3 games, they've had something special planned, it seems like. And we didn't see the invade, we didn't see the kind of unique jungle path work out for Sejuani. But the level 2 roam mid from Lucian and Thresh to get the kill on X-Craze.
And they're not behind anything either.
Yeah.
That's... Man, I don't know. There are some things that you can only do in a 5 stack. I'm just thinking, I want to start doing this in my solo queue games. I play duo bot.
Yeah, they're gonna pull in Muscle. They're gonna force the flash out of Black Salt in the bottom lane, and the pressure again has just been overwhelming in the early game for Glacial. Disguised Monkey a little bit low, but Tendy's doesn't have the autos necessary. Black Salt now getting engaged upon, gets stunned up by Muscle. He'll pull back in. The jump in from Aikato as he's looking for that little bit of damage. big explosive bomb there as they're just standing on top of each other so that they can't get any resets. Muscle gets pulled back in with that shield. Can he get the reset? He can't, but he gets the kill at least. It's 1 for 3 in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Skifter chases down X-Craze in mid, and everything already kind of falling apart for RTM.
And Tendies didn't have the auto attacks up in the top lane, but he did have the gate Q drop to pick off Disguised Monkey. So, you know, kills in all 3 lanes early on in the game. It's feeling similar to game 2. You know, I at 5:30 we were what, 3 and 5, and this time we're 2 and 5.
It was 3 and 5 the other way though.
Yeah,
and
it was.
I think that's
sure.
what worries me for RTM at least. But
yeah, definitely.
Regardless, it's a 1,500 gold lead for Glacial right now. That's a lot of damage from Tendies. He just keeps trying to knock him out of the shield, but not really paying off for him that time. The bite for the heal from Disguised Monkey, and Tendies has bit off a little more than he can chew in terms of that trade.
Yeah, this feels like it comes down to...
Oh, he tried to sidestep the field, but now Aikedo jumps in and he'll find the kill. They're trying to pick on Disguised Monkey up in the top lane, and so far, 2 deaths on him. It's the opposite of what we've seen what we saw in game number 2, with the strong bottom side for ROTM and the strong top side for Glacial Vendetta. We've got the roles kind of reversed now.
Yeah, we do get a little bit of adaptation this time around. The top lane fight really does feel like it comes down to the shield from Disguised Monkey. If he gets knocked back far enough that he can't get to it, the trade gets won by Tendies. Otherwise, then Disguised Monkey has no problem just winning that trade.
Ooh, hook just a little short. Grazes past Black Salt there. Skifter gets spotted on the pink ward on top of the red buff, but Aikedo should be able to finish this one off for himself. Should be relatively close to level 6. Not quite there, it looks like, off of that camp. Oh, Tendies gets the knockback into the turret. He'll force the ult out of... That's actually huge. That means that you can't go for that big Sejuani volley bear dive that we talked about earlier. Samsos jumps in, but the hook is still up. Aikedo is here, maybe looking for it, but the counter gank from Muscle. He's level 6, and he'll fly in to take down Black Salt. The hop out from Aikedo just to get him out to safety. And another pick in the bottom lane for Glacial as Black Salt and Samso overextend a little bit.
Yeah, and so we're returning a little bit to form, with attention being paid by Glacial Vendetta onto the bottom lane, but Tendies is doing really well for himself in this matchup up top, and hasn't been on the receiving end of too much attention from Muscle yet, and it's starting to show in the CS differential up in there.
Yeah, how much do you need to be ahead, though, for the Jace to have a bigger teamfight impact than the Volley Bear does?
I don't know if you're looking for teamfight impact out of this Jace. He's got the phase rush. I would expect Tendies to spend a lot more time in the side lane this game 3 than we've seen in the past. Because unless you're sieging, you don't get much use out of Jace except the acceleration gate in teamfights. And pseudo peel with the knockback that he gets out of hammer form, I guess.
Is this Hex Sejuani? Is that what that skin is?
I think so.
It's really weird sounding sound effects. I'm not sure I like that. But Samso and Black Salt just trying to get some vision control back over their area down here in the bottom lane. They have to be very wary of Arya's and Pistachio. Level 6 now on the Lucian. Level 6 should be soon for the Thresh as well. And they should be particularly close if I'm keeping track of my levels correctly down there. Tendies still looking for scraps, as he's wont to do in the top lane, and as a result we always seem to watch him more than anybody else on the map. Oh, he's got the push in. Did Aikedo sneak in, or did Disguised Monkey spot him?
I actually don't know.
There's basically no crowd control between the two of these characters. There's a slow from the hammer form Q. Aikedo gonna jump in, gets the slow with the void spikes, and the knockback for the kill for Tendies. In the bottom lane, though, Black Salt's still looking for it. They don't have jungle help. This is not... Why are they looking for the fight, though? It's really well played by Glacial Vendetta. They kite back away. Skifter's on a killing spree, but I don't know why you're looking for the fight at level 5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think maybe they wanted to go off of the Samso bomb into jump in combo that they were doing really well on game 2, but this is Thresh Lucian. This isn't the non-early game setup that you're looking for here.
Oh, and now the redive being set up. Muscle has the Glacial Prison available. Glacial something. He throws a whip and it stuns people. Samso gets chunked for half of his health. Even if nothing else is accomplished, it's continuing to push them back off of this tower, prevent that XP from coming through. Black Salt can't hit level 6. They flash forward, they take down Samso. Another hook blocked by Muscle as he flashes in front of it, and Black Salt will fall for the 4th time this game. Disguised Monkey and Skifter trying to push Aikedo off of the Rift Herald. He's able to smite it. He picks up Shelly as well with that Void Assault. He's trying to get away with the move speed, but the poison from Skifter is enough. Tendies rejoins. He jumps on top. It's a shutdown for X-Craze. They find something back on the top side of this fight, but look at the gold deficit that has been accrued for Glacial as a result of this bottom lane play. 3,000 gold in the advantage for Glacial.
Yeah, and this is very quickly getting out of control for Glacial. They've gotten so many kills in the bot lane, 4-0 and 5 up in the Lucian with a hefty CS advantage. It's starting to look like Tendies is going to have to carry as hard as we've seen him carry sometimes in the past, but this is not looking good. This is not what you want to see at this early on in the game.
Yeah, the Eclipse finished up. He's got his tier stacking. He's in a really good spot, to be fair. But is it enough for ROTM? Tendi's looking for the dive. He's got a 3-level advantage. That man had a family, but doesn't anymore, unfortunately. And Tendi's finds another solo kill.
Yeah, and Tendies is definitely the shining light here for Return of the Middlesticks. He's almost finished up with this top lane tower before this dragon comes up, and his TP is gonna be on time for the dragon spawn too.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight, well, Disguised Monkey gonna try to chase him down, not gonna give me time to talk. Hits the disengage with the Hammer E. I don't know exactly what he's trying to accomplish. Oh, he's actually winning the fight. Never mind. Flashes forward, hits the Q. Does Tendies have it? He's got the little shield that he gets from the Eclipse, and it's enough to keep him alive. Aikedo hanging out around the side. I just wanted to highlight really quickly, Tendies is up 2,500 gold on his own. That means that the rest of the team is a combined 4,000 gold down if you're looking at this 4v4 or 3v3 developing around the dragon. In particular, it's about a 2,000 gold lead for Arya's over Samso. But this dragon is going to go the way. That's 10 basic dragons for Glacial. The only dragon that ROTM has picked up was that Elder Dragon in game number 2.
Yeah, and it just continues being a trend with Glacial that they just have incredible dragon control. This is kind of an unprecedented level of consistency across this many games of the series to not drop a single non-Elder Dragon.
Muscle hits the Glacial Prison. X-Craze has got nothing he can do about that. Teleport coming in from Tendies, but a really good Petrifying Gaze. Aikedo jumps in looking for that damage. He'll get stunned up. Skifter gets knocked back. He'll get taken down by the Hammer form, but in comes Disguised Monkey. Can Tendies fight his way out of this? He's going to try. He jumps back in with Hammer form, but gets interrupted. That was a really nice little dash by Muscle. Still trying to kite away. Has the shield from Eclipse. Auto's coming through here. There's the Thundershot? God, I can't think of the name offhand, but he'll take down the Volley Bear, and he continues to chase through into Muscle. Gets stunned up. Muscle trying to turn this one back around, but the shutdown for Tendies. He gets the triple kill in the end.
Yeah, and he doesn't end up falling on the end of it, which is the more important thing in my eyes. Just the power of Eclipse, I guess. Without any mana left on Disguised Monkey when that fight kind of stopped being a fight and more of a who's going to lose on this playing chicken game first.
Rift Herald dropped in mid lane right now. They weren't able to get any turret plates with it, unfortunately, and instead will hopefully get the crash in mid, but I don't know that X-Craze can even step up to clear the minion wave before it gets in there. But here comes Shelly, 1000. Okay, got the crash at least.
Yeah, and we haven't gotten to talk about it because all the action's been in mid and bot, but the blind pick Seraphine performing as we anticipated into the Cassio matchup. I can't remember if it's just 2 solo kills or if the third death wasn't I don't know if it's 1 or 2 solo kills for Skifter at this point.
Yeah.
1 for sure.
Oh, Hook gonna land onto Arya's. They're finally looking for this shutdown. Flash away into the culling. Pistachio's low. Samso gets the kill. Looking for the reset. Has the hop available. Glacial Prison being used, but he gets hooked back in by Black Salt. Really low. The Buster Shot for the double kill. Tendies is here looking for Arya's, but can't quite track him down. He still has the Gale Force dash available to him for some more outplay potential. Aikedo has kind of hurted him in the Void Spikes, plus the Shock Blast is enough. It's a shutdown for Aikedo, and ROTM has made their play in bottom lane. They swing the gold lead back in their favor off of these plays. They take the turret down. Where can Glacial find that counter blow? It looks like Disguised Monkey in the top lane might be able to get the tower or at least some pressure down there, but I don't know that that's the equalizing factor, but really good play by ROTM.
Yeah, and one thing Return to Middlesticks is doing really well right now is moving Tendies around their map as their strongest member. I mean, he's
we got
so
a second
big
turret.
right
He's
now.
looking for Skifter.
Yeah. He's so big right now that he can do that.
How did he get... Oh, he has the Edge of Night Shield. The Petrifying Gaze did nothing because of the Edge of Night Shield, and he jumps through and finds another kill. X-Craze in mid is still just trying to push it in. Pistachio looking for it, but Aikedo in his back pocket, not able to find the Encore. He'll dive forward. Pistachio low, has the Locket Shield. Hook not quite able to connect. The cleanse from X-Craze is no good, though, as Arya's able to find a couple of autos and take him down. 14-13. At 17 minutes, it's a small gold lead for ROTM now, although I don't know that they'll particularly feel like they're in the advantage.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, the only member being Tendies, and a fairly even score up on Samso 3-3, doing fine on CS in comparison to being 5-1-5.
Well, and also Tristana into Lucian. That's kind of the expected price that you pay. Like, honestly, most games, if you're looking at, like, a kill in 20 CS, you're fine as Tristana. This game, a little bit more than that. I would say, moderately behind, but nothing to panic about, at least. The big difference, though, Skifter in the mid lane on Cassiopeia. He's in a position where he can really carry this game and start to turn it. He's finished up that Void Staff now as his second item as Dragon number 3 spawns. ROTM sweeping through the pit, and we'll see where they want to go.
Yeah, at this point, Skifter basically does true damage. The only magic resist being built up is a null magic mantle and a couple pairs of Merc Treads. The Edge of Night, notably, no magic resist, just the spell shield, so...
And the Smite actually takes away that spell shield. The hook onto Tendies. That might have been the fight that Glacial needs. They'll shut down Tendies. The culling comes through, but it's interrupted by the Nautilus ultimate. Disguised Monkey jumps in, looking for that engage. Flashes on top of Samso. Dragon is secured by Aikedo. That's their first basic elemental dragon of the series. Black Salt flashes for the Spider-Man hook. The stun lands from X-Craze as he's trying to turn this one back around. Aikedo can't really join. They disengage, but that's a huge pick onto Tendies.
Yeah, they get their first elemental Drake of the game, but they give up Tendi's 700 gold shutdown to Arya's for it. Not particularly related things, Tendi's was walking up with no spell shield and rush hook, but it was a nice pick there from Pistachio that started off that fight, and then, Return to Middlesticks is honestly kind of lucky they didn't lose any other members off the backside of that play. They got Samso's and Black Salt's flash, I think, and that was about it.
Yeah, Black Salt limping away with just a handful of health, but, not zero, the critical amount. Whew. So, 1,000 gold lead for ROTM on the back of this fight. X-Craze, Tendies pushing in their respective lanes. You have the dual lane assigned to top, with Baron spawning for the first time here in 20 seconds. Arya's is huge. Gale Force.
Yeah, with that shutdown, the Gale Force and the Essence Reaver, plus the pickaxe for good measure, and has actually opted for the plated steel caps. I love that decision.
Yeah,
Given
especially
that,
yeah, given the Jace and well, basically everybody who should be hitting you does. Well, basically all the damage is 80. Tendy's just almost kills Pistachio on sight. He's looking for that shock blast. I don't think he's going to find it. The culling just for the minion wave. Encore not able to connect onto Arya's, but they'll take the tower down off of that. The smite again on the spell shield as Tendy's still looking for a little bit of a scrap, as he always wants to do. Aikedo is just going to grab that wave in top lane, by the way. He's somehow gotten a 40 CS advantage for himself.
It's because he's been grabbing top waves and other waves occasionally and soloing Dragon. Not that gives you any gold, but he has very much been playing kind of his own game at this point. Occasionally hopping in for a free kill, has dropped a couple of times, but it's Gore Drinker Kha'Zix hours, who's awake.
That's honestly an unexpected pickup.
Yeah, I was about to say more things about how, with all this lethality, he's going to be killing people.
Tendy's gets exhausted while he tries to jump in. They're going to find the pick onto Pistachio potentially. He's got the Zanyas to stall out, but X-Craze will finish him off. It's a good pick. They almost grab Arya's as well. The Shock Blast just kind of singeing the backside of Cassiopeia. I guess the scales in this case, but not able to find that damage.
Well, no, it's battle cast, so...
Oh yeah, I guess it's just like
plating,
metal.
I guess.
What is underneath? Is she all metal? This is a debate to have another time, because the Baron started up. Tendy's is getting chunked by Baron Nashor, which is not the ideal situation, but they pulled the rest of the members up here for the fight. Aikedo jumps in, gets the slow onto the Disguised Monkey. They're looking for anything. He'll jump back over the wall looking for Tendy's, but Tendy's with the counter flash. It's a huge Petrifying Gaze from Skifter. They're turning it back around. The Twin Fang finds the double kill and another shutdown for him. Skifter with a huge Petrifying Gaze over the wall.
That was absolutely disgusting. I think, honestly, a couple of those... The league just really wanted to give it to him, too, because Black Salt was basically perpendicular while standing stone still, but everybody else just got hit face first by Skifter's Petrifying Gaze, and it's going to mean Baron.
They're giving up the Baron. Alright. The teleport in from Tendy's, he might be looking to jump on and interrupt some backs. They jump in onto Skifter, but Aikedo gets hit by the Glacial Prison. This is a little overextension. They're trying to get away. Muscle dives forward. They're finally going to get their recalls. So the teleport burned from Tendy's for no avail. The Baron goes to Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah, the teleport burned from Tendy's to make Aikedo bait into trading flashes with Skifter. That's the actual effect of the teleport there, but it does mean that Return of the Middlesticks has their top laner out for very early positioning on this drag. 25 seconds left on that. We'll see if they do what they did in game 1 and give up the pit for waves, which it looks like they're not going to do this time around.
Yeah, Muscle trying to walk in with Disguised Monkey and Arya's on the side bush. Thresh just a little bit lagging behind the party. But now everybody grouped up for Glacial. Skifter, the only one not with a full health bar currently, but now the culling comes through for Arya's. They're looking for the scrap. Shock Blast across the gap. Does a little bit of damage. Slow from X-Craze being applied as well as the Void Spikes. Looks like a little bit better poke from the Siege Poke comp. Who would have thought? Actually, there's the big Shock Blast. Skifter has to be careful. He's 500 health. Aikedo started up the Dragon. He's got the secure that Kha'Zix is capable of with the Q Smite. They'll find the stun onto Muscle. He flashes away. Black Salt not able to find the big engage. He'll pop Disguised Monkey. He goes down. Aikedo picks him off. Hook lands a big Petrifying Gaze. They'll try to turn this one back around, but the health bar is just not there for Glacial. The Buster Shot gets Zanya'd away. Can Skifter turn it? He cannot. He's shut down by Samso. The Shock Blast doesn't find home, but Arya's is not headed quite to the correct side of the map. Do they have any more gap closers? Unempowered Shock Blast doesn't find him. He finds the Blast Cone. Should be a little bit of safety, potentially. Tendy's is right there. He didn't see him. Alright, well.
The Baron recall is does not end up baiting Arya's into his own death, but they are going to take those advantages to win themselves mid lane inhibitor. That plus the Dragon plus the kill on Skifter, and it's looking pretty good, all things considered. We're back to only a 1,000 gold lead for Return to Middlesticks, but equalized kills, equalized dragons, 6-0 on turrets, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Aryas and Skifter. Just... they're so huge. I don't know how other ways to say it for Glacial. But that fight... yeah,
but
that
they
fight
can't find a way in that fight.
I don't know what other point I was trying to make. That was it. Does Aikido hand over his blue buff? He does. That's kind of a surprise, honestly.
That's novel. Clip somebody from Return of the Middlesticks. Clip that one, please. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. I mean, the carries, for all intents and purposes, if you don't include Tendies in that category, the bot and mid differential is still miles ahead for Glacial. In terms of like stats and scoreline and gold that they have available to them at this point in time, I mean, it's 11,000 in each bank, in total at least. You know, they're not holding that right now. It's in items, thank God. Yeah. But
so some gold stats right now for you. Tendies has a 5,000, almost 6,000 gold advantage over Disguised Monkey, just in terms of that lane. Right now it's about 3,000 in the advantage for Skifter and about 2 for Aryas over their counterparts. Tendies is just that massive this game. They're going to start wailing away on the turret. The Sejuani ultimate finds Tendies. They're trying to find him, but they'll fight their way back out. The Petrifying Gaze doesn't do a whole lot. It gets turned very well. Hook from Pistachio is cleansed by Seraphine, and they'll leave Volibear out to dry. Again, Aryas and Skifter just can't get into the fight. They're just not quite long enough range to deal with the long-range damage coming out from Tendies, Samso, and X-Craze.
And I think a grand total, I mean, it was beautifully timed, but I think a grand total of about 1,000 damage was just blocked by Black Salt's Locket, in combination with Seraphine's W. So, you know, it's not like this damage isn't coming across. It's more that shields are good.
Yeah,
shields are really good.
Double inhib now for ROTM down. Only one left to get is in the bottom lane. Baron spawning in a minute. Dragon spawning in a minute 15, although that's less of an issue right now. You can hand over a dragon, you can take a dragon, and it doesn't really affect your game state. But that Baron in 40 seconds, we should see some more fireworks around it. And it's kind of weird. The success that ROTM has had is when Tendies is grouped up with the rest of the team on this... on the Jace pick that we thought was going to have to be in the side lane the whole game to have effectiveness.
Yeah, it turns out when you're 8-1 and 10, you can go where you want. When you're 9 CS off of Flame Horizoning your lane opponent, you can do what you please. So, the more you know.
The double Cyrilda's Grudge picked up. That's an item, by the way. For Aikido and Tendies now, just to try to stick to some of these targets. A lot of wave clear finally coming through. This is what we wanted to see from X-Craze in game number 1. He's had a stronger game, despite getting solo killed, I would say, this game.
Yeah, I think definitely. And actually the double Cyrilda's Grudge is a nightmare. Especially on Acceleration Gate Shock Blast, because there's so much easy chase for the side of Return of the Middlesticks and gap close that you get caught by one.
Well, Muscle a little overextended. That Encore, after we finished praising X-Craze, just sails a little wide. The big triple shock blast is a nice little thing there. They'll grab the dragon. Yeah, they haven't been able to start up the Baron. They have so much vision control over that Baron area that this really isn't a possibility for Glacial, but they're starting to run into this gap. They might try to set up a Death Bush. We'll see what they can accomplish. They have all of these ults available. The flash forward from Black Salt, trying to find the Sejuani. They root him up. He can't grab the Lantern. He'll get taken down. Big knock up onto the Cassiopeia as well. They'll find another pick. It's a shutdown. They'll finish off the Volibear. Aikido the only one to fall for ROTM. Pistachio gets caught as well. Tendies will finish that kill off. He'll teleport into the base. It looks like game number 3 is to ROTM.
And I guess the answer is Jace when you get 4 banned out for Tendies, because what a monster performance is he. He gets stolen there by Samso's double summoners, but it almost goes to 11 kills for him. 10, 1, and 2. And yeah, that's the Tendies diff. Copyright.
25 to 19, 30 minutes on the game clock. Our team takes down game number 3. They're on match point, and now Glacial in a position they haven't been in yet, where they're going to have to try to respond to a deficit of their own. So we'll take another short step aside. We'll load into game number 3, or oh god, game number 4. How many games have we casted? Who knows? But we'll be right back with game number 4 of the FPL finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 of the FPL Finals. Match point 4, return of the Middlesticks. Can Glacial Vendetta claw their way back? We're into pick and ban. I'm assuming that we'll see probably the same 6 bans that we've been seeing, but maybe Glacial will surprise us here. They definitely surprise us. They banned Seraphine.
Huh. Moving on. We get the Wukong and the Shin ban. Camille joins the roster. I'm not gonna acknowledge it. If I don't acknowledge it, then I don't have to talk about it. That's the rule, right?
Yep, the Vayne staying the same for RTM, so Glacial has the opportunity to first pick, and they'll take the Tristana this time. The adaptation is there. RTM has Riven available, by the way. If Glacial doesn't play it, you can R3 Riven for tendies, by the way.
It's... Now I just want it to happen, like you put it out there. And it's gonna be Jhin, probably.
Wow, I've never seen Samso play Jhin before, so this will be an exciting opportunity.
This is a unique champion pick in Grand Finals for Samso.
So, real talk, the 3 unique champions that he's played in the Grand Finals is more than he played the entire season. So, we'll give him credit for that one, going out of his comfort zone a little bit, but now back into it firmly. This will probably be Nautilus, could be Leona, it's going to be Hecarim. I am kind of curious, so you have Hecarim Riven set up potentially for R2, R3, and then you can look at a Samso pick for R4, would be really interesting. Or a Black Salt pick. I don't know if I said Samso. The juice is flowing out of the brain.
Yeah, you did, and I wonder if they're holding the Black Salt pick because they want to see the... I like that, the return to the Kindred answer for Hecarim, because they haven't seen the support yet for Vendetta, so... If that gets locked in here, then maybe they could answer it and leave tendies to even more champions that he hasn't played yet. I mean, there's only 2 ban slots left, and they've got now 4 champions to cover with the Riven, Jax, Aurelia, Jace.
Yeah, I mean, the Jax game wasn't, super dominant. I wouldn't mind, like, I don't know that needs to go on the ban list necessarily, but I feel like this should be Riven. And then you ban, Shard of the Monolith and something else you don't want to play it into. But
probably
we'll see where our team wants to go. Yeah.
It is going to be the Riven, and this is most certainly a Malphite ban. Yep. Things are proceeding as expected. We'll have to see what what's on the ban table for Vendetta. They've already taken away 1 X-Craze champion.
I was going to say, they have some options. They could go for like Nautilus and like Tom Kench or something else that's comfort for Black Salt, or you could look at the Galio being taken away, because Galio Riven Hecarim sounds pretty devastating for the top end of the map. But the Renekton's going to be the choice.
I like that. Renekton's really annoying to play into in almost any bruiser melee matchup.
So Interior Crocodile Alligator off the table. Last ban for Glacial. I'm honestly very interested in this ban. I want to see what they're worried about, if they're like, what is the Black Salt tier list? Like, what's the next champion on it?
Set, Yuumi, Zillion.
Nope,
Yuumi. Okay. Makes sense. You do have Yuumi Hecarim to worry about. Hate that combination. Cat should have never been invented. I'll leave my rant there. Looking at 4th pick for Return to the Middlesticks. There's your prophet.
Yep, Thomas Kench, locked in.
Unbench the Kench.
So a lot of safety for Samso. It means that the Leona and Tristana now can't just gun for Jhin every single fight. They're going to have to worry about him being Etten up. Mordekaiser isn't the best matchup into Riven. I'd be kind of surprised if that one gets locked in. But there it is.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. Maybe it's comfort for Disguised Monkey, but we've seen him play other stuff before, like the Maokai, which actually does fairly well into Riven as far as if you don't build Imperial Mandate.
Chad is talking
That
about
caveat.
the potential for Tristana mid. I don't know that I would blind pick Tristana mid, so I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a blindable mid laner, and there it is in Victor. And now you've opened up X-Craze's bag of tricks. He's hovering Annie.
Do we worship at the Church of Annie? I mean, the answer is yeah, I worship at the Church of Annie. Does X-Craze also worship at the Church of Annie? I haven't seen him there recently, but it's... And no, we're tier listing him. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. His Anivia early on in the season was very, very strong. Now returns back to it. These are good drafts for game number 4.
They really are. We have finally hit the game where it feels like the draft is kind of set for the series. You've got the priority pick, which turns out to just be Tristana, apparently. Who knew?
Yeah, we flirted with Kaisa as it, but it is instead Tristana. We figured it out.
And then everything proceeds fairly regularly. I mean, Hecarim gets answered by Kindred. The Mordekaiser is a standout question mark, but everything else seems fairly in order.
Yeah. That just means that that's going to be, the non-Malphite, non-Renekton pick that he wants to play into Riven, which, he could have a good feeling about the matchup. I don't know that it's super good either way, but this does feel very much like an RTM comfort draft. For Glacial, I sincerely hope that they aren't just following down the tier list and this is a comfort draft for them. Muscle had a just outstanding game number 1 on Kindred, and he has the opportunity now to equalize the series on it again.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what the build path is for the Mordekaiser. I mean, Riftmaker kind of got clapped, but it's also definitely still his best mythic, even though it's not as strong. Back when Riftmaker was the best mythic in the game, the first couple days of preseason, I spammed Mordekaiser top, swore up and down I was going to be a top lane main for solo queue, and then my pick kind of died, and I'm mid lane again. We knew that was going to happen, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, now we'll get to watch the draft a second time. Again, game number 4 of the FPL finals, 2-1 right now in favor of Return of the Middlesticks, sitting on the red side with their counter pick. And yeah, these have been some pretty explosive games. We'll see what else is in the Glacial Vendetta bag of tricks. They've had 3 really unique, really cool early game strategies that they've planned out. Do they have a 4th? Do they have a 5th in their back pocket?
Yeah, I am excited to see if we get a return to the same setup for the Kindred. I mean, it's not on the same side of the Rift, but you can do the same thing effectively. And this is definitely a top lane matchup that you want to be impacting as much as possible. I don't. This Mordekaiser still that like the more I think about it, the more it raises question marks for me, because you can go the pseudo attack speed dueling variant with the Nashor's Tooth, which I think is what is standard right now, and then you just see if you can beat Tendies on quote unquote one of his top 3 champions. It's definitely up there on the tier list. I don't know if he actually favors Riven above all else the way that he once did. Yeah,
it's kind of interesting just the way that other top laners react to the monster that is Tendies. It's Disguised Monkey has kind of given it his best shot, honestly. A lot of times you'll see tank and turtle under tower and try not to do anything too crazy, but Disguised Monkey has been willing to go at him, and we've seen him have success so far in this series. We've also seen him fail, unfortunately, if you're Glacial, but it's really interesting to see these players come up and give it their best shot. And now you've got to
the
lay
Warwick answer game too, I really enjoyed.
Yeah, now you've got to lay it all on the line. Game number 4, backs against the wall. RTM on match point. Will Glacial Vendetta step up, or will RTM secure the series? Well, we'll find out in like 3 minutes after the spectator delay. So we'll step aside and we'll load onto the Rift for game number 4. Thanks again for watching FPL game number 4 for the grand finals. After the long break, voice hopefully rested up for Neo and I as we load onto the Rift for game number 4. On the blue side of the Rift, fighting for their championship lives, Glacial Vendetta, and on the red side of the Rift, wearing the red health bars for game number 4, will be return to the Middlesticks and a return to basically a 5-point.
All right, Maris, you see it, right? Because I see it.
Where?
It's Ignite on Hecarim.
It is Ignite on Hecarim.
I see it, and I like it, and I'm ready for it to do work.
I was trying to figure out for a second where Mordekaiser was. He was actually just underneath Tristana for some reason.
Oh, nice.
That was my big mystery to start off the game. But yeah, Ignite on Hecarim is also interesting. The
Minions have
adaptation,
spawned.
the Ghost didn't work out in game number 1, so uh, maybe the Ignite for game number 4.
Yeah, I like it. I've seen it a number of times. It warrants a certain playstyle for the Hecarim, but I mean, Ignite's never a bad thing to have in your pocket when you're trying to kill something. Namely Kindred. You definitely want to shut Kindred down the way you weren't able to in game 1.
Yeah, so bottom side of the rift starts for both junglers as we head into game number 4. Bot lane, not as explosive for RTM as it's been the last couple of games. Game number 2 in particular, Samso and Black Salt had a really strong lane. This one, you're not looking to kill anybody with the Jin Tom Kench early on. So it'll be interesting to see how they're playing, maybe a little bit more on the back foot, although Arya's and Pistachio giving them a lot of respect here early on.
Yeah, understandable. The slow that you get off of Tongue Lash is actually pretty disgusting, and if you do get a level 2 advantage, it's not like they can't go aggressive, and they're going to. Ooh, that Tongue Lash clips a minion.
Yeah, not quite able to find that big aggression that they were looking for, but they'll at least shove in that minion wave. Tendy's playing very respectfully around this Mordekaiser early on. Normally we will have seen him gone all in once or twice so far, but not fancying his chances early on, and instead both junglers. This is again kind of the 3 camp start for Muscle. Oh, he's headed to the red buff of Aikedo. Aikedo doesn't have smite. Muscle does. Muscle just smites that away. And Aikedo's forced to give that one up and walk back through the jungle off screen. I think that was way more important than anything that's been happening on screen. But Muscle's going to walk into mid lane here with red buff. Why is X-Craze still here? He's got to know that there's double buffs. Now walking forward, gets the stun. Little icicle spear for his trouble. Ooh, the turret shot. Doesn't... Yeah. He's got to be careful with the edge, but that's first blood for Muscle. I didn't think that he'd have the damage just to get through 2 Anivia health bars, but there it was. Arya's jumps forward onto Samso. Black Salt's trying to track down the Tristana, but he's not going to find it. Now going to be forced to probably use this Grey Health, although everybody's going to disengage. First blood again. I believe that's 100% first blood rate for Glacial this series, and they'll take down X-Craze and his egg underneath tower.
Yeah, that was really well done again. I mean, we're at 4 in a row of interesting early game decision making from Glacial Vendetta, and most specifically Muscle, walking in to get that smite timing on the red buff and then converting it into a kill mid lane. And once again, an early game where Kindred does all of that and then loses the 50-50 scuttle crab feels bad, but you can't be too sad about how it's going.
Oh, that was kind of strange. Looked like he pulled in Aikedo, even though model moved. I guess just a spectator glitch as he was able to successfully get back to base. But
so, no, not a spectator glitch as we see Tendies go in. Interestingly enough, they keep changing the way things affect recall. Now there is a window of hard CC in the last second, and then in the last 0.5 seconds, nothing stops recall. It'll go off regardless. So they keep messing with that. I've been trying to keep track of it as much as possible.
Yeah, Tendy's not actually finding great trades so far. Disguised Monkey doing a good job, in all but CS, basically, of, keeping his health bar topped off, keeping Tendy's just a little bit lower than him, forcing him to chug through some of these pots. We'll see if Tendy's can start to equalize some of these trades coming through. But Pistachio and Arya's maybe going to look for something here in the bottom lane, although the minion wave pushing in pretty strongly for Samso and Black Salt. But for now, both junglers just going for the clear. Never mind. As I say that, Muscle is headed back out of his jungle. This is a huge wave that's collapsing for Tendy's up in the top lane, and Muscle is here to try to take advantage. Flash available for Tendy's. He's getting burned down by the Mordekaiser passive. He goes in. Shield is popped. Tendy's tries to dash in, but it's not going to matter. Muscle takes him down. He's 2-0 on the Kindred.
Yeah, and Rodham fans from game 1 starting to display signs of PTSD.
Yep, teleport gonna be channeled by Tendies. At least he hadn't lost that. He comes in with the broken wings, has the wind slash. Oh, doesn't have the amount of damage. Disguised Monkey able to get away. The claw. Oh, he didn't dash the right way. Oh no, just the misclick.
It looked like he was actually in out of the hitbox, but then he dashes just as the claw is about to disappear and gets pushed back anyway. That is quite tragic. I mean, Disguised Monkey getting away with murder on that greedy recall there.
Yep, and now he'll go ahead and grab the Leeching Leer for himself, headed toward that Rift Maker. Kindred, meanwhile, well on her way to, I'm assuming, a Gale Force. Devour from Black Salt is used. Samso burning to ignite. Pistachio pretty low. The stun doesn't land off the Tongue Lash as Tendies gets pulled into the Death Realm. Trying to scrap his way out with Mordekaiser now. Does he have the ability to? It doesn't look like it. That bonk is pretty thick from Disguised Monkey, and so far the Mordekaiser pick looks like it's working out for him.
Yeah, it's Leeching Leer up against Caulfield's, and you know, one of those items does more things than the other item does. So, despite the slight CS disadvantage now, Disguised Monkey really in a pretty good spot considering the matchup.
Yeah, and we'll have to keep an eye. Egg should be up relatively soon for X-Craze, so he could potentially play a little bit more aggressive. Dragon going to be picked up by Muscle and Skifter, and once again the first Elemental Dragon going away at around 8 minutes for Glacial Vendetta.
Swallowed my water just a little bit incorrectly there, but yeah, Tendies really not having a good time up in this top lane. I mean, if Disguised Monkey wanted to, he could have gone deep with the shield and one more bonk, I think would have done it, actually. But respecting the outplay potential that Tendies has, he wants to get a recall off here, but he has no TP, and he's calling Aikido up to see if he can do anything about Mordekaiser here. It's dangerous to play with this low HP against a champion with a tool like Mordekaiser Q.
Yeah, at least he doesn't have ultimate available. Tendies is very low. The Fear actually didn't land, but the Wind Slash is enough damage. Aikido is able to finish him off. That was so close, though, and they took advantage of the Mordekaiser ult being on cooldown, but now cannot contest this Rift Herald as Muscle starts it up.
Yeah, and Muscle, knowing that he's not going to be able to catch Tendies' recall in time, is just going to go straight for the Rift Herald, which I love that play. X-Craze could have continued that onto Skifter's pathing there, but has no mana, so is going to have to take a recall, and that's Herald as well for Glacial Vendetta. All the early game objectives, just go Glacial Vendetta's way is the name of the series here.
Yeah, and we'll see if our team can overcome it for a third time and finish off the series, or if Glacial can finally push forward one of these advantages that they're able to get. For right now, you know, action basically centered around top and jungle area. Bot lane's been very boring. Right now, as we check in on them, just the Noon Quiver and Boots for Jhin compared to Pickaxe, Longsword, and some brown bags for Arias. Oh, Tendies gets thrown into the Mordekaiser ult. Muscle hanging around the outside. He should be aware. You can see the little blue dot, but just kind of walks into him for the killing spree. So good use of the Mordekaiser ult to corner Tendies up in the top lane. And again, we saw the pop-off in Game 3, but that's been kind of... Other than that, Tendies has been pretty under wraps this series.
Yeah, Glacial Vendetta has done a very good job of shutting him down. Nice little wall combo there in the mid lane. X-Ray's out of mana, caught in the Chaos Storm. He has to be careful if he can get out of that. One more tick would have been egg at least.
Yeah, Muscle and Disguised Monkey gonna go ahead and grab. This is gonna be the full top turret. Actually, yeah. That's just gonna be gone, and Tendies is gonna have to play without that safety of the top lane turret up here now.
Yeah, Muscle after the gank just stayed and continued hitting the tower until it was safe to drop Rift Herald, knowing that the charge would guarantee the top lane tower, and that's all she wrote. It's Gale Force Kindred at 10:55, so... Plus boots. See, I didn't see the full boots buy. It was just Gale Force the last time I checked, and then I looked away, and now it's scarier.
Yeah, this Kindred again, gonna be a monster. Let's check in on some stacks. Looks like 3 already, so almost a better early game than we saw in game number 1, honestly, from Muscle, and has gotten scary very early on. So, 1 minute on the second dragon. I'm assuming that that'll go to Glacial Vendetta because they all go to Glacial Vendetta that early. Wall onto Skifter, they get the stun. Aiketo maybe looking for the knockback. Didn't really want to take him out of there, but he'll finish off the kill, get stuck in the gravity well. Now Muscle jumps in. Aiketo has ultimate available. He commits it, but didn't get the fear, importantly, onto Muscle. It does get the Lamb's Respite. Now Arya's goes in, goes out in the bottom lane.
Definitely schmoovin'.
Yeah, hit him with the schmoovin'. You have to be careful not to let the schmoovin' control you, though. Exhaust was burned by Black Salt to make sure that that didn't result in anything, but this should very easily be a dragon. This guy's monkey gonna walk down there. Snare going down, they're gonna pop open the curtain call. Pistachio just taking through, but the teleport from Skifter going to force them back off. So it looked like could have been a positive play for Sam, so not gonna be able to find anything. Got the Mordekaiser waiting in the wings. They see him on the ward, so they know that they can't step toward that river as X-Craze also joins the fray off of a teleport. And Tendy's is solo farming up in the top lane.
Which is good, all things considered, because his CS differential is like the only positive thing about top lane right now for Return to Middlesticks, so that needs to continue happening if you're a Return to Middlesticks fan. Still, at this point in the game, 3 minutes later, the only mythic completed is for Muscle, so... And on schedule, another dragon for Glacial Vendetta.
Yep, take the 2. This time a Cloud Soul, so getting the less worthwhile soul now. Maybe out of the way for potential game 5, but yeah, I mean, it's been, what, Infernal, Ocean?
Infernal, Ocean, Cloud.
Yeah.
No Mountain yet, but we are getting a nice diversity.
Yeah, 4th shot onto Arya's, looking for the snare, not going to find it. Oh, Solar Flare going to be committed. He doesn't have Devour available. They jump forward onto Samso. Buster Shot actually doesn't find the kill just yet, and Pistachio's Ignite unfortunately takes the kill in the bottom lane. Black Salt has the Devour available now, probably for Pistachio. Flash away from Arya's just doesn't matter as he'll go down. Black Salt just giving him the tonguing. What is it? The lick in the bush? That was the Captain Flowers, I think, coined that one. Anyway, Aiketo hits the Onslaught of Shadows, will fear Pistachio back in. X-Craze gets the kill with the Tongue Lash. Skifter gets stunned up inside the Glacial Storm. X-Craze only has autos left to deal with him. Skifter with the Q actually takes down Aiketo. It's a double kill for Black Salt as Disguised Monkey teleports in, has the passive ticking in. From the side, Muscle finds that one, but Tendy's is here. Tendy's gets pulled into the Death Realm just in the nick of time. Disguised Monkey still wailing away on Tendy's. He's into tower range now. The dash away, not quite going to find the kill. The Glacial Storm comes through. Oh, he didn't quite have the damage with the Wind Slash. It's going all wrong. The egg popped and will fall. Muscle is unstoppable. What a close fight in the mid lane, but it goes to Glacial.
That was so beautifully played by Muscle that it actually hurt a little bit. I was checking Lamb's Respite cooldown basically every time that I felt like it was safe to click on a champion and I didn't want to miss anything by looking at the actual cooldown timer, but even without it, Muscle is able to weave in and out of that just well enough to pick up the kills and not die. Props to Disguised Monkey on the perfect timing for Death Realm. Is just enough to save Muscle. Basically everything going Glacial Vendetta's way in that fight.
Yeah, just so many abilities, just very... just very slightly the way of Glacial Vendetta, and you know, X-Craze without any mana at the start of the fight was maybe the biggest issue that they ran into. So 9-4, a 2,500 gold lead for Glacial Vendetta at 16 minutes. Stop me if you've heard that one before, but you know, it feels like a pretty dominant early game so far for Glacial, and we'll see if our team can turn this one around. Right now, Aikato, the strongest member for Return to the Middlesticks, but on the other side, Muscle, the strongest member for Glacial.
Yeah, once again, pause, stop me if you've heard that before. Arya's gonna go in on Black Celt to save the control ward. Reasonable, measured response. We do see Muscle cheating towards bot side, walking through said Tribrush right now. We might see a clash of the junglers down here as Hecarim is also in the area.
Ooh, Zenith Blade doesn't quite connect, but the Solar Flare does. Not able to get out of it with the Gale Force. Now finally running away from the fight. Aikato is in, but he gets immediately taken down. 1-for-1 trade, but now Black Salt left for dead as well. It's a triple kill for Muscle? Who else did they kill? I just missed Samso dying, I guess, at the backside of the fight. Anyway, my apologies. It's a triple kill for Muscle and Glacial rolling through.
Yeah, and this will, nope, he's gonna take the recall because enough time, 30 seconds left on the dragon, but that should also convert into the third dragon of the game for Glacial Vendetta. Nobody left on the bot side of the map, although they are respawning in a reasonable amount of time. Technically, they could contest this, but Hecarim's going topside. They don't want it. 8-0-2 on Muscle's Kindred. Disgusting.
Yeah, we saw it pop off in game number 1, a bigger pop off now in game number 4. 8 stacks now. Has the double ability upgrades now. Double range upgrades as well, I believe. It's very difficult to kill this Kindred.
Yeah, and this time you don't have the Tendies insurance policy like you did in Game 3. I mean, Tendies is still up in CS a hefty amount, but he's 0-3, has one finishing item, non-mythic to boot, and at this point, Glacial Vendetta are just kind of walking away with the early game.
Yeah, and you can see Tendies even struggling to fight back against Disguised Monkey up in the top lane. X-Craze doing his best to wave clear mid and prevent his tower from being touched. But we'll need to see kind of a strong mid-game performance, I think, from the Anivia in order to help equalize the game. But for right now, Muscle is just running over the game.
Yeah. And this is the answer that we talked about in draft. I mean, he played the Kindred into Hecarim specifically game 1, and it went fantastic, with attention being paid topside. Played Kindred into Hecarim game 4 with attention being paid topside, and he's even further ahead in this game than he was the first time around.
Yeah, Claw over the wall, not quite able to find Black Salt, but everybody kind of grouping up around this mid lane earlier than we've seen. You can see the fatigue setting in for these players just a little bit. A lot of times we'd see a little bit more creative macro decision making, but instead Glacial thinks that they have a big enough advantage. They're going to try to force in. Wave clear from X-Craze is pretty good, but the tower will die.
Yeah, normally if there was no Rift Herald, the I'm going to force in onto Anivia strat does not work because it's Anivia, and she just drops ult on wave, which she did, but this time there is a large Rift Herald behind the said wave, and now the jungle is opened up for Glacial Vendetta. I mean, they can start putting more aggressive wards down. Muscle can start invading even more frequently than he has been. It's rough. I don't know exactly where they go, and Tendies has ended up.
Tendies in the death realm, pops the ult, trying to get the trade back. Does he actually have enough to take home this trade? It looks like nowhere near. Disguised Monkey is so strong. Pulls him back with the claw. He'll find the solo kill on Tendies in the top lane. And 3-1-3 for Disguised Monkey. He's played really well. He got his counter pick, and he's showing why he wanted that Mordekaiser.
Yeah, almost finished with his second item. He's got the Rift Maker going straight into that Demonic Embrace, it looks like. And you know, when those two items are ticking, it doesn't matter a whole lot how much CS Riven is up on the Mordekaiser. I mean, we saw the differential there, and it wasn't enough in a straight up no help 1v1, both ults available.
Yeah, and
so
Baron is just dead. By the way, Glacial
yep.
picks that one up. They have the purple buff. They've got a 7,000 gold lead now. And ROTM, you know, probably reeling on the back foot, maybe thinking about game number 5 already. We'll see if they can make a big play, but Glacial has played outstanding this game.
Yeah, they really have, and you know, it's difficult in this scenario, I find, to not be thinking about draft for game 5 and to actually stay in the game. I mean, that takes a lot of mental fortitude for a game 4 where you are down this hard at 21 minutes and you're staring down the minute 08 barrel of Soul Point for 3 out of the last 4 games. You've had to play into Dragon Soul with no dragon contest.
So, 45 seconds until that Cloud Soul spawn. Not the biggest soul, and we've already seen them lose with Ocean Soul, but the flash away Black Salt is done. Muscle picks up his 9th kill of the game, and now you can't even contest this dragon.
No, you can't. I mean, Samso's already up in the top lane underneath the tower, so it doesn't look like they were considering the contest on Dragon anyway, but now there is no option for it, even if you did have your AD carry here.
Ooh, Solar Flare flashed away from by X-Craze. Important flash to save his life, but at least preventing that pick. 2 seconds and 1 on the Cloud Soul spawn. And that'll be picked up in relatively short order. Again, the Baron buff's still up for Glacial. I would like to see them continue to drive forward some more pressure.
Yeah, I mean they've still got the active component of it for minion buffs on 5 members. They've put together one last push here before it drops off, and it looks like they have done all they intend to do with it. They seem to be considering a reset, although Disguised Monkey is just hanging out, clearing bot side jungle.
Yeah, and this is a rough spot for Aikedo now, because his jungle has been constantly under pressure. Can he find any jungle camps? Can he find any farm to help get a little bit stronger? He is, or maybe was, the strongest member of ROTM, and now falling off just a little bit because there's just no access to the resources for him.
Yeah, very difficult for this horse to get anything at this stage in the game. I mean, he picks up raptors. He's gonna be able to move to wolves if he doesn't get caught here. I mean, Muscle's already there, sitting on wolf camp, so yeah, very hard for Aikedo to do anything from this position.
It's like Glacial should maybe have their foot on the gas a little bit more. This is stalled out just a little bit here in the mid game, but hard to critique them for the game that they've had thus far. 2 minutes on that second Baron spawn, 4.5 on an Elder Dragon, as Tendy's just continuing to try to wave clear against Disguised Monkey up in the top lane. He'll finish up his second item probably on this back, which might be a little bit of a power spike for him, but again, the Demonic Embrace is pretty huge completion for Disguised Monkey. It's going to be very difficult to fight the Mordekaiser, I think, at any point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, level 15, about to hit rank 3 ultimate at 25 minutes into the game, and you can see the differential here. 2 items to 2 items, and it's not really a fight. Tendy's just has no way through the shield and defensive capability, while also face tanking all of the passive damage.
Yeah, red buff picked up. Ooh, that was just a cheeky little shot there. This guy's monkey gets stunned underneath tower, but nothing really going to result from that as they continue to wave clear under duress up here in the top lane. Pulled into the death room though. Tendies pops the gore drinker, trying to find anything that he can. He still has the ultimate available. Now finally pops it. The stun isn't going to really matter. He gets the little shield, tries to dash in, dash back out, but the flash Q forward for Disguised Monkey finds another solo kill. Aikedo here trying to look for that shutdown, has Ignite available, doesn't actually get the knockback, but it doesn't matter as Samso collects the kill, and a big shutdown going to the gym.
Yeah, so more gold in Samso's pocket, never a bad thing. They are also back in time to defend this mid lane turret, so they don't lose anything other than the 1-for-1 trade for Tendies. Feels a little bit bad for Tendies.
Oh, they might have caught Arya's. He tries to dash back over, didn't get feared, was able to buffer it with the rocket jump. Now Aikedo in a little bit of trouble, gets eaten up. The curtain call, not able to find home. X-Craze is here, walls off Muscle from the rest of the team, but I don't think they can really pick a fight even with the Kindred walled off.
That was really good though. Signs of life for sure for Return of the Middlesticks. Arias does manage to save Flash. They do drop Lamb's Respite, and honestly, if X-Rays hadn't thrown his Q first before the wall, he might have actually been able to catch Muscle there if he'd predicted a little bit harder, but they're going to start a Baron.
Yeah, Muscle is actually relatively low as well as Arya's. This could be risky, except that our team can't even walk into their blue jungle, so this will be finished off in relative order. That second Baron buff going to Glacial Vendetta, and they'll hit their recalls and head back to spend some of the gold that they've accrued over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, Lichbane's second item for Skifter here, looking to just basically one-shot whoever he picks as the unfortunate target. And Rylai's the finished third item for Disguised Monkey, so actually ends up being the first one to triple up on finishing items. Yeah,
oh, the dash forward with the Gale Force. Eats up by X-Craze, flips him back over the wall. Muscle still relatively untouched on the other side of the wall, and that's going to be another back for X-Craze. Tendi's up in the top lane, just going to try to push that one out, but he's got Disguised Monkey headed to try to grab him. And they're going to awkwardly meet in the bush. Death Realm available, but not quite quick enough to pop that one. Instead, Muscle, Arias, and Pistachio will grab that inner turret.
Yeah, and with this Baron buff, and nothing else to pick up except the Elder that's spawning in 25.
Yeah, they're going to open up looking for the engage. They find Pistachio, bring him back into the team. They'll knock him back in. They get the kill onto the support. But is this worth it? The jump forward, they trade 2 for 2. Samso and X-Craze still left alive, but it just does not matter as Aikedo limps away from the fight. But it's 3 for 2 on the map, and Glacial Vendetta roll through the inhibitor with no issue.
Yeah, they opted to take that fight in mid, and it doesn't quite go their way.
Well,
Aikedo's still fighting, actually.
Yeah, still looking for it. Muscle just dashes forward with that shot. Oh my god, that damage! The Collector proc from Muscle, that's going to end the game. Glacial just walks forward into the base. They finish off the Nexus. They tie this series. We're headed to game number 5.
Queue up the silver scrapes, don't give Muscle Kindred, start thinking about ways to win 2v2 topside, because that's, I guess, the entire game, with, priority being given to ADC and draft. We'll be back with game 5.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 5, match point for both sides here in at the FPL finals. These are the same 6 bands that we've seen. Where will the differences be? Because there's none so far. Tristana locked in for Glacial Vendetta, and ROTM now to consider their lives.
Now, Maris, I did warn you, Game 5 is when we stop being able to form intelligible sentences.
It's happened already.
Of course, for you, this is Game 10, so... Yeah, that seems fair. If that gets locked in, we still have no differences, and I'm starting to get mildly bored. Maybe they're just worried that it was an execution thing, because...
Yeah,
this is
the
Nautilus. Same. The Nautilus is different.
Yeah, the Nautilus is definitely different. I'm very curious about that R3 pick, but I guess we still have some more for Glacial to see. Leona going to be the pick for Pistachio. I think it's very interesting. He went from the supportive champions, played pretty much entirely Enchanters in their semifinal series, played it in game number 1, and then has kind of opted into these engaged supports. So really cool to see him be able to play both sides of that, but the Leona locked in for him again. And now Echo the Hover. Echo did pretty well for Skifter in the first 2 games, and he'll finish that one off. Will ROTM look for a mid counter here? Or go with their plan? Maybe this is another Riven game. Maybe you ban Mordekaiser and hope that he doesn't have a second pick to play into it.
Yeah, or you just answer mid. I mean, they didn't show Hecarim, so there wasn't the lock-in on... okay.
Yeah, so the Rumble for X-Craze, something he's been playing recently. I guess very technically could be Tendies, although I don't know that I've seen him play the champion. Hopefully no one from Glacial watching the stream to cheat. They would not do that, though. And honestly, at this point, whatever. You probably know your enemy well enough. Better than you know yourself.
Yeah, the Rumble I like. We're continuing banning the Shard of the Monolith, which is the correct decision, 100%. And yeah, they pretty much know. They're banning top lane champions. They're gonna take away the Kindred, which I like that if that actually gets locked as a ban.
Yeah, I'm almost curious if that means that we'll see either a Hecarim ban here or a Hecarim pick in the next one. Now that you don't have that particular counter to rely on. Although Aikido now 0-2 on that pick, maybe would look for something else. And they're going to take the Kha'Zix away, maybe try to dare them into the Hecarim Riven now. But this feels like a more traditional setup for RTM. You're going to try to find the Tendies counter pick in the top lane. Maybe the greatest gift that they could have been given for game number 5, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Some notable things left open. You've got the Jace to fall back on. You've got Aurelia that we haven't seen yet this series, or the Akali. So should be Aikado's champion here, and he's gonna blind the Graves. I like that. I was gonna say Lilia, but that's a little bit too much AP dot damage for my liking.
Yeah. So the Graves finished off. Not brave enough to go for the Hecarim. Offering that up to Glacial, though. Does Muscle want the Hecarim side of the melee ranged matchup? Looks like he's going to go for the Lilia instead, potentially. And there it is.
I don't dislike that pick in a vacuum, but I will say that Bambi taught me one thing, and it's that Buckshot counters Deers, so...
Captain Flowers, shout out there. Mordekaiser, the big hover, really successful pick for Disguised Monkey. You basically know what Tendies is looking to play. Does he have anything in his back pocket that does well into Mordekaiser? We're about to find out.
That's what I was thinking initially, because it's a little bit better of a matchup than the Riven. I would be surprised to see that not locked in, but they are hovering it for quite a while. It could just be something completely different. It's not, it's Aurelia.
Game 5, R5 Irelia for Tendies. Lot feels like it's writing on that pick. This is this is a draft for certain. The teams have drafted champions. I don't know that I have it in me to think about some of these implications. All right, let's look.
Here's the
Nautilus-
easy one. Glacial Vendetta is really AP heavy. I stole that from Twitch chat. I'm being lazy, but it works.
They are, but the Tristana does enough attack damage that it should be a threat.
Right.
However, it's easier for Irelia and Rumble now just to itemize a little bit of AP because they shouldn't be fighting Tristana at all early game. So you can sneak that in. Look for. I'm not going to claim to be an expert on Irelia builds. I know he's been doing like a Manamune thing, but like maybe sneak in a cheeky Hex Drinker, just weave in some Merc Treads at some point, and you get a lot of value out of just that little bit of MR. Goes a longer way because you'll be itemizing against 3 champions that should be on your half of the map. So I do worry a little bit about that for Glacial, but their team comp, very solid, very similar to the one that we saw last game.
Yeah, I like this bot lane matchup a little bit better. I don't know. It just kind of feels bad for me when I've been watching Samso Black Salt dominate bot lane pretty heavily for the entire series, and then to not have Black Salt on a champion that can go in. Tom Kent's just it felt like it didn't accomplish what it was picked to accomplish last game. So
Yeah, he had a couple of good saves with Devour, but it didn't ever feel like that big clutch pick, and it meant that he lacked that sort of big lane presence that he's had in the first couple of games. I'm very curious. The Rumble versus Echo matchup feels like it should be pretty favored for Rumble, honestly.
yeah, I can't really see that going super poorly. I mean, it's basically what you get in top lane, except your opponent's even squishier than a top laner would be. You just pick Rumble into melee lane opponent and win game.
Yeah. So just take a peek in the stream chat, if you will. Prediction up for who is going to take home game number 5 of the series. You've seen the draft. You'll see it play out here. I have a couple of minutes left on that submission. Chat's talking about Wits and Irelia just to steal more talking points from them. That feels like a good choice.
I don't dislike that. I've kind of I kind of denounced Wits End when they took the healing off of it because the only champion I ever built it on was Yasuo, and it was only into a lot of AP matchups. But it's still a really good item in this particular scenario.
Yeah. So
Probably.
you were talking. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you were talking about Irelia being a little bit better than Riven against Mordekaiser. Why do you feel that way?
I think in the Mordekaiser matchup specifically, I mean, Riven gets a lot of her power out of being able to constantly throw out shields and movement. Aurelia has this thing where she just stands and autos you down, and if everything's stacked up the way it should be, she heals about as much as Mordekaiser heals, if not more. I just favor the healing a little bit more than I favor the hit and run playstyle that Riven kind of wants to play in that matchup.
Correct me if I'm wrong, her autos when she fully stacked her passive used to break shields twice as fast. Is that still a thing that exists for some reason?
I'm not going to say one way or the other, but I am going to find out before this game starts so that I can sound like an analyst for anybody who might be tuning in late.
Because I know that used to be a thing, definitely. I don't know if it still is, but I also don't know how useful that is in any particular situation. Like to fully stack your 5-stack passive in order to get autos afterwards to break shields feels weird. But yeah. All right. Game number 5. 2 minutes left in the spectator delay. We'll go ahead and step aside just very briefly while they load up onto the Rift. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss the conclusion of the FPL Grand Finals. Gentlemen, Game 5, the deciding match of the FPL Finals. On the blue side of the Rift, wearing the blue health bars for the final time in the series, will be Glacial Vendetta. And on the top side of the Rift, wearing the red health bars, will be Return of the Middlesticks. Game number 1 to Glacial Vendetta in a dominating fashion. Games 2 and 3, back and forth, hard contested games that go the way of ROTM, and then Glacial steps back up in game number 4. What will game number 5 bring? What special sauce does Muscle have up his sleeve with the Lilia?
I was gonna suggest that they could be doing the old Lilia strat where they just walk in and force Raptors into red, but it doesn't look like it's in the cards this time around. We're gonna see something more
the
standard.
level 1 hook from Black Salt. A couple of autos being traded back. You have to be careful that the explosive shot resets at max stacks, which is something that I think a lot of people forget occasionally, and it catches them off guard, but not biting, well, not... I was going to make a joke about biting the bullet, but he, like, did, and yeah, anyway. Its bottom side starts again. This is what we saw in the last game, game number 4, as Pistachio and Arias will help out Muscle on the red buff.
One thing I was looking for interesting summoner spells, interesting keystones, nothing really, but I don't remember if Samso started Boots 4 in game 3 or not.
Ooh, I believe he started Doran's Blade, but I know that he has started Boots 4 in the past, so that might not be an accurate quote. Also, we looked up the changelog during the short break that we had, Irelia's extra damage to shielding did get removed in Season 9. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, so no secret tech. The matchup might not be quite as amazing into Mordekaiser as I thought it was, but I still favor it over Riven. I also happen to be one of those people who just favors Tendi's Aurelia over his Riven. That's just me, having watched quite a bit of both.
Well, X-Cray's getting a strong shove early. Right now, Muscle has hit his normal break point where we'll see him go for some nonsensical stuff. I'm very curious to see if he's got anything special for this game, but right now, looks like basically just the full clear, which is, maybe special in and of itself.
Yeah, and so far, Tendi's about half. We do see, actually, the higher proximity being paid by Aikata. We could see a gank mid lane for once from Muscle, and it is.
Ooh, yeah, Skipter throwing down. Oh, the parallel convergence just clips him. The watch out eat coming through, and first blood going to Skifter. So 100% of the series' first bloods will go to Glacial Vendetta. We'll see if the game can finish off as well. Flash away from this guy's Monkey in the top lane. They get on top of Samso, the Ignite ticking him down. Black Salt just trying to do anything that he can, but the re-jump from Arya's gets the kill there. Black Salt trying to kite back away with the Riptide, but he'll get hit by the Zenith Blade and stunned up under tower, but Pistachio's gone too far. It'll get traded back. So 1 for 1, but unfortunately the kill going to Black Salt if you're ROTM.
The play marred a little bit there in the bot lane by Pistachio's over-aggression after they get the kill, but a really nice setup.
Waikato's still looking for the smoke screen into the end of the line. Couple more autos, but just not going to find that critical amount of damage, but might send Disguised Monkey back to base. He doesn't have his flash available, still has teleport though.
Yeah, I was just about to credit Disguised Monkey for having a really nicely placed claw to get out of the first gank up top that Aikato paid to him as the gank was going off in the mid lane, and just...
Oh, Black Salt's still walking in. This is pretty risky. The Zenith Blade going to connect. Arya's still looking for it. Muscle has showed himself now, so they're aware of the jungler paying extra attention to bottom side. It's kind of interesting to see that flip of the game plan so far from Muscle.
Yeah, and I was about to say a pretty unlucky series of movements by X-Craze in the mid lane for his death for first blood. He got the flash away from parallel convergence and then was trying to trade back a little bit of damage and walked just on the edge of parallel convergence. So, unfortunate there.
Yeah, another parallel convergence going to find him, and so far Skifter showing some of that prowess that we saw in the first couple of games, but X-Craze with a small CS lead, Tendi's with a small CS lead, Samso, even for his credit, that's like a 3 CS lead, so the Rotom member's going to go ahead and hit the minions a little bit better this game than average.
Yeah, and those small CS advantages do bring them a little bit closer to the gold differential. I mean, we're looking at just over 1 kill there, which is exactly what the difference is in the game, so things pretty equal across the board. Swifty's first item for Samso, I like that decision, especially when you're trying to dodge things
with
like
a flawless
Zenith
duet. Tendi's is feeling it. He's got another dash available. The shield coming through for Disguised Monkey. What a claw, though! Forces the flash. He gets the kill. Now Skifter opting in. Vanguard's Edge is available if he wants to pull it. Tendi's just trying to kite back out. Has that little bit of healing. Flawless duet. He's got the stun. Forces the... Oh my god! Tendi's just... Calm down. He gets the kill. It's equalized by Muscle, but that little bit of healing that he got into the double dash off of the Vanguard's Edge, and Tendi's finds a second kill in the 1v3.
Yeah, by the skin of his teeth in top lane for Tendi's, but is able to pick up both the kills. Disguised Monkey, really good uses of Claw so far, the 2 times we've seen it on camera this game, but not quite enough to save him as he gets re-engaged on by Muscle and Skifter and is still able to pick up another one.
Yeah, so now 2-1. He uses his teleport back into the top lane. We'll have to keep an eye. But now X-Craze level 6 walking down Arias and Pistachio, just trying to get this Rift Herald snare over the wall, but they've caught the 80 carry and they'll eliminate him. Black Salt, unfortunately, again with the kill. He's 2-0, but Black Salt kind of known for taking a couple cheeky kills on the Nautilus. So.
This is the Black Salt Nautilus experience. Samso is actually supporting Black Salt in this lane, despite what tradition would tell you.
Did I see that one right? Could you check your game? I think I desynced. Did RTM get the first dragon of the game?
I've got the icon for it. I didn't see any members in the
Tendy's still looking
area.
for it. Top lane doesn't have another dash. Alright. Sorry.
No Q reset for Tendy's, but he is gonna look for the cancellation on the recall. He's just going for it, yep.
He's going for it. Able to get out of the death realm. Teleport coming up for Skifter. He'll dive back in. He should be able to finish off Tendy's. A little bit over aggressive. Gets the teleport in exchange. So another solo kill for Tendy's up in the top lane, but Skifter able to equalize by good usage of that teleport.
Yeah, Tendy's just out here to assert dominance. T-pose on the enemy top laner. Does get teleported on, so his shutdown goes over to Skifter, but it's not huge, so not a big deal.
Gold is even. Completely even currently in game number 5. The only advantage kind of eked out is going to be that Ocean Dragon for Return of the Middlesticks. They're, oh, Arias, maybe caught, gets into the snare. A couple more autos, the Dancing Grenade, the Ignite. Pistachio kind of cut off on the ward, on the roam. And now Tendy's in the top lane, finds the Flawless Duet Aikado. What? Did the Death Realm get cancelled by the smokescreen? That was super weird, but now Aikado is stuck in the Death Realm, trying to find his way out. The Bowling Ball going to land here from Tendy's. Disguised Monkey still relatively healthy. Lilting Lullaby going to be used. Tendy's pretty low, uses the Vanguard's Edge, but he's shut down, and Skifter finds the kill. 2 kills for Glacial Vendetta up in the top lane.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, the thing is, I was just about to make a point about how I think some of the fatigue is getting to these players, maybe specifically the bot lane from Glacial Vendetta. They've made some uncharacteristic mistakes so far, but the top side of the map seems to be firing on all cylinders, rotating really well around the aggression from Aikado and just moving to the play really fast.
X-Craze trying to find a little roam onto Arias and Pistachio, but he's the one that gets caught. Jump forward from Arias, still looking for it. Black Salt uses the Nautilus ultimate. They're trying to find Arias, but X-Craze is going to be the one that falls. The Curtain Call coming across, not going to be able to find the Tristan on the end of that one, and with Aikado not available on this fight, it's just one death for RTM now as Glacial will push in. Oh, another hook though. Arias is so low, but he's able to flash away. On the other side, Skifter and Muscle maybe looking for an engage, but not going to be able to find anything. That was a really good hook by Black Salt, but they just couldn't find the damage onto Arias. He was able to flash away over his support.
Stop doing things. I have fun analysis points I want to bring up. Okay. Cool. Definitely, so far, looks like some Game 5 fatigue has bit a few members from each team, but, Game 5 decision-making is fun to cast. Also, I love this tech from Muscle. It's similar to the Imperial Mandate Maokai we saw in Game 1, but it's Moonstone Renewer Lilia, which has, amazing uptime because she's dot champion. Stealing another line from chat.
Oh, I was gonna say, explain this to me, but yeah. I guess explanation.
It doesn't do a ridiculous amount of damage, so we're not looking at like carry Lilia, despite being 1-0-2 and having some pretty decent CS so far. But yeah, the Moonstone Renewer tech can actually build into a couple other semi-defensive supportive options, but I would expect Muscle to just go away damage item second. He already has the Dark Harvest, he's leaning that way anyway.
Yeah, I like a lot of these item pickups, honestly. You have the Leeching Leer for Disguised Monkey, as well as the Bramble Vest picked up now, specifically to try to counter Tendies and his Blade of the Ruin King Rush. He'll hit the Flawless Duet, just trying to jump forward. These trades still going relatively well for him. Gets pulled into the Mordekaiser ult, but still fancying his chances as he goes forward. Has the Vanguard's Edge available if he wants to pop it. Auto. Oh, now going to dash through the minion wave. Tendies with another solo kill up in the top lane. Skifter mildly perturbed there. The jump in. Aikedo gets caught by the solar flare. Arya's takes him down. X-Trace is low. Can he get away? It looks like he's burning down. He has the little scrap shield. Black Salt with the gets slept. He'll get taken down as well. The collapse goes really well, but here's Tendies from the side. The Vanguard's Edge finds one, finds two. Can he finish off any of these kills? He cannot. Skifter's on a rampage. Now they're dashing back in. It's a double kill for the Echo as Samso can't quite find the damage that he needs. Oh, I thought Tendies had so many resets, but he just missed the little bit of damage that he needed.
That was honestly really well defended from what little resources remained of the three members of Glacial Vendetta. There was an instantaneous buster shot from Arya's after the Vanguard's Edge landed into a Q stun from Leona, gave just enough time for Parallel Convergence to come down, and Arya's, man, talk about playing on a knife's edge, maybe had 6 health to his name when he jumped back over the wall for the last kill before Samso just walked out of there. And yeah, okay, I was gonna say there's no way Lilia gets to this, but
yeah, Samso taken really low though. The chase is on. Aikedo gets stunned up by Leona again, gets the dash over the wall onto the blast plant. Black Salt may be the only one in danger. I don't think that actually went through the wall, unfortunately for Muscle, but now the re-dive is through. Aikedo uses the end of the line trying to get through, but it's not enough. Skifter is 7-1 on this Echo. He's been able to find the last hits and find the damage. He'll dive through and he finds a double kill at the end of this one. Tendies is up by himself in the top lane, can't really contribute to this as the tower's falling, his teammates falling, and we have a game on our hands for game number 5 here.
Yeah, we really do. Skifter doing his best Muscle cosplay as he's 8-1 right now. All of the early kills for Glacial Vendetta going on to his side of things. He's already picked up some anti-healing for himself. And yeah, they, once again, this early game is going Glacial Vendetta's way. The big standout difference, not aside from Tendies, is the fact that somehow Return to Middlesticks has 2 early dragons.
Yeah, they've got the, unfortunately for them, Cloud Soul to look forward to, as Tendies is going to steal away a blue buff. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you take what you can get. Level 11 on the Sorelia, basically nobody can solo contest Tendies at this point, and so they're not going to. They're just going to have Disguised Monkey join mid lane. That's an answer.
Yeah, Tendies off on his top lane island currently. Second Rift Herald may be the objective. It's been pinged a couple of times. It looks like Skifter's headed up to try to match. I would be very curious in an Echo versus Irelia fight right now. I feel like Irelia is just a little bit stronger in the 1v1 by nature of being that champion, but would be an interesting fight nonetheless.
Yeah, a lot of room for outplay in that particular exchange, but doesn't look like he wants it. Tendies is level 12, 5 and 4. Highest CS aside from Samso. By the way, Samso CSing like a monster this entire series, up or down in kills or lane advantage.
Oh, the bowling ball gonna land onto Black Salt. They'll pop the Lilting Lullaby, but he's able to baby Spider-Man back out. Skifter does so much damage, but he can't quite find that critical amount. Now the curtain dropped on him. The curtain and the red carpet also dropped. Some things being dropped. on top. They find the kill onto Arya's. X-Craze trying to chase down. Snare not quite going to land on the muscle. Can he actually catch the deer? She's so fast.
Yeah, very difficult to track down the deer with full boots. They are going to shove in this mid lane tower, so this should go down. Tendies is here. He will just go as soon as this tower drops if they walk up too far. And unfortunately for Arya's, receiving the Hollywood celebrity experience, curtain call, red carpet, bunch of fun ultimate names and pseudonyms.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the word equalizer for some reason, so
I prefer red carpet, but I've always been one of those people who likes the ghetto champion ability names. So I've got one for the Mordekaiser ultimate that I'm not going to grace this stream with because.
Yeah, I've got several, but I have a lot of respect for FillyB's esports. So
yeah, same. That's the big thing, right? I was invited here. I'm not going to be that guy.
13-9 in kills, 2,000 gold lead, approximately for Glacial Vendetta here at 18 minutes. Dragon number 3 going to spawn here in about 45 seconds. RTM maybe going to look for that one. They've grouped up as 5. Teleport available for Skifter as he's on the top side of the rift by himself currently. Not actually pushing down that tower, interestingly enough. Maybe trying to make them think that he's got a back, or maybe just really keeping an eye out for one of these wards that he can teleport to.
I mean, if you're gonna do that, would you not... oh, we have a pause.
Alright, well, Muscle unfortunately lagging just a little bit, so we'll take some time where he can hopefully sort that one out. Because why not make this series go even a little bit longer?
I do actually like this optimization from Tendies. He is second item into the Quicksilver Sash for the Death Realm, so not only do I expect him to be matching the Mordekaiser in the future in the side lane, because that's the only reason you would ever do that, but also so that he can have much more agency in these team fights. You know, Aurelia is definitely the one you want to be taking away from this 4v4, because I think without the Aurelia, you just assume Glacial Vendetta wins the 4v4.
Yeah, I'm also kind of interested the Riftmaker finished up for X-Craze. Getting that big healing, I think the more traditional build is the Night Harvester. So I'm kind of curious about that item, that specific item completion.
Yeah, I kind of like it if I assume that he's going to pair it immediately into Demonic Embrace, because you get to have a lot of things ticking that are giving you healing, and you benefit quite a bit from the magic penetration that Riftmaker gives you that you don't get from a lot of other options, so...
Anyway, unpause now. Luckily not too long. Rocket Belt would be kind of interesting as well, but that's enough about Rumble of Mythics. A good Buster shot back away, but he has the dash available. There's the typical spectator lag, but Lilia stuck on top of the equalizer, able to flash back out. Actually doesn't fall in the process. Tower in the top lane falls as Skifter able to join up. Gets a stun, and Disguised Monkey finishes off X-Craze. It's all falling apart for ROTM right off of the recall. The dash forward off of the Gale Force at least finds one, but Samso falls on the top side of the fight. Aikedo pulled into the Death Realm, but he's got nowhere to run. Able to dash over the wall with the quick draw, but right into the grips of Tristana. It's a double kill and an ace for Glacial Vendetta right off of the pause.
When I saw the Vanguard's edge drop and then spectator lagged, I was like, there's no way this deer lives. And then it unlagged, and the deer was alive with like 200 health underneath tower. I mean, went back in to secure the Lilting Lullaby and get the rest of the team fight. So, valiant job there from Muscle, giving his life for that one. But yeah, that team fight, just everything went Glacial Vendetta's way.
Yeah, in just a couple of small health bars, the big difference. Dragon gonna go the way of Glacial Vendetta now to help stall out that potential win con for ROTM. And now again, on the back foot. Can Glacial Vendetta close this one out, though? They've struggled twice. Now Tendies maybe looking for it. He's gonna find more than enough, just throwing in an extra dash or two just for his own trouble. Able to dodge out of the claw. Does he have that last bit of damage? There it is, the solo kill for Tendies.
Yeah, and Disguised Monkey, despite, you know, all of the things that he's done to itemize against Aurelia in this matchup in particular, up a little bit too far, and the Death Realm's not enough. Not when your opponent has Quicksilver Sash, at least.
Death Realm also not available at that current moment as well, so maybe it just shouldn't have been up there. If
But
we're
quite
hindsight is
possibly.
2020, yeah.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt on the Death Realm into the Quicksilver Sash, so it would have been irrelevant either way. But yeah, definitely not exactly the positioning you're looking to see out of your top laner in that scenario.
But again, we've talked about the Game 5 mental fatigue. You know, can shine through in mysterious ways sometimes. And again, just one pick though. Our team gonna need to cobble together a couple more. Baron now spawned, a couple of pings around the objective, some vision control as well, as both teams start to pay attention to the big purple worm.
Yeah, it's that time. 3 dragons have gone down. Notably not to the same team for what feels like the first time this series, although I think in Game 3 we had it happen.
Yeah, a lot of mythic items have been completed, headed toward some of those big second item purchases as well. Zanya's Hourglass finished up for Lilia, so Muscle feeling pretty confident, doesn't have the most damage, but again, with this supportive build, has the ability to really draw out fights and get some of those dots running. Kind of an interesting little pickup for her.
Yeah, and I mean, you get some speed, you have flash up, you flash into booming blows into instant ulti and Zanya's, and you know, you hit 3 members. That's at least QSS off of Aurelia probably, and who knows what other resources you burn doing that. It's something to play around for sure. And I like this itemization from Skifter. He's done this 2 different games now. Void Staff's second item into a number of Mercury treads. So
yeah, so he'll be doing
ramping up damage.
Yeah, he'll be doing just a ton of damage to pretty much every member of Return to the Middlesticks. Bowling Ball down mid lane, gonna tag Samso. No one really in range to take advantage of that, but mildly annoying. And we're hanging out for the time being. Minute 30 left on that dragon spawn, but it feels like neither side wants to take a big risk knowing that the series is on the line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are getting to that point in the game where maybe, you know, we can call it Game 5 fatigue, maybe Game 5 nerves, as knowing that this is going to be the last of the series, but nobody wants to make that decisive play. They're waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and it looks like it's going to be Baron started up for Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah, Baron started up, Tendies forced to teleport in as he was back in base. Curtain Call going to be opened up, Pistachio low. The Equalizer, not super great. They're going to pull in Pistachio. They find the execution onto the support, but Black Salt falls as well. Skifter alive on the backside. Tendies trying to fight his way back out, but the double kill immediately comes through. The flash forward, it's a triple kill for Skifter, and they have found the fight that they need. Glacial Vendetta now wailing away on the Baron. They find 4 kills. X-Tray's the only one notwithstanding. Does he have a miracle steal in him? He walks up, 2,000 health, it's not going to happen. That's an ace for Glacial Vendetta and the Baron for them as well.
And they play it as perfectly as could be asked, really. They start up the Baron, they get to the point where they know Return to the Middlesticks is just gunning for them, and then they back off. They get 2 members who are important over the wall, they bait in a few more resources, no Equalizer is left up. The Nautilus ultimate has already gone down and can't be followed up on, and then they just re-engage.
Well, Dragon spawns as well. Looks like our team not going to be willing to contest that, so that'll be the second one to equalize our Dragon count in the game. And Glacial now with a pretty gigantic lead. 7,500 gold. All your hopes right now, if you're a Return of the Middlesticks fan, are in the Tendies basket, which, to be fair, is a very large basket, as we've seen a couple of times throughout the split. But is it large enough to finish this one off? Arias goes in looking for Aikedo. He's able to dash back out using that Gale Force, but the siege commences for Glacial Vendetta.
Yeah, and they're actually calling Tindies to recall here. He has to be back, otherwise they're going to lose too many resources. They don't want their base cracked open by this Baron push quite yet, so they're going to commit all 5 members.
Ooh, Black Salt even going in for a hook on the cannon minion that's been kept alive off of the Baron. They're going to have to walk back, especially now that Black Salt and Aikedo don't have the health bars available. They have to give up this inhib for the time being. And 26 minutes in, Glacial Vendetta cracked the inhib in game number 5. Disguised Monkey even working away. They might just round the horn toward a second one down here in the bottom lane as well. There should still be more than enough time on this Baron buff.
Yeah, we're currently waiting for the next wave to come in. Abilities thrown across the gap notwithstanding. But this feels super bad too, because you could have Tendies pushing this whole time. You've already moved him back to lose 1 inhib without a contest. You're definitely gonna have to fight for this.
Oh, X-Craze gets caught on the top side of the fight. Arias is unstoppable as he jumps in. The pullback as Tendies falls as well. Skifter is legendary as he's dashing forward. Arias gets the reset but gets shut down in the meantime. But here comes Muscle back through, looking for it. Hits the Zanyas off of that Booming Burst?
Booming
The
blows.
Q. Booming. There's too many Bs, yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Turret being tanked up. Do they actually have the minions to finish off the game? Samso, the last bastion of hope for ROTM, looking to try to defend the tower. Nexus turret number 1 falls. Skifter taken very but not down. Disguised Monkey trying to kite this one back up as Nexus turret number 2 falls. X-Craze has respawned. They're focusing on the Nexus. They get 1 kill. Can they finish it off? They do. It's a victory for Glacial Vendetta. They take down the Nexus. They take home the 3-2 series win.
And what a series it was. I still have time, I think a little bit of time to collect my thoughts, but that was a really nice game played by Glacial Vendetta there. Skifter showing up huge. Arias pulling out the standard Tristana is very far ahead. Rocket jump forward on repeat, and not enough left in the tank for Return to the Middlesticks to actually close this one out.
Yeah, what a monster game from Skifter in this case. Muscle just had a fantastic series across the board. Really well played by Glacial Vendetta. And congratulations to them. First place in FillyB's Pro League preseason tournament. Hopefully they'll return for season 2. And yeah, that'll be it for the finals. Again, congratulations to them. Condolences to Return to the Middlesticks, and we'll hopefully see you guys soon on the stream.
I can pretend to be you, it's okay.
No, that's fine, bro.
Well, we'll keep it short and sweet then. First off, congratulations, guys. Monster series, going the distance to 5 games. Silver scrapes up. What were comms like in Game 5? I'm just curious.
Congrats! Don't throw. I think that was said a couple times.
It's reasonable.
Don't repeat Game 2. I think that was thrown a couple more times too. Yeah.
Probably a lot of Rachel, stop! Probably.
Leo to know. Yeah.
Be hard
A lot
on
of
this, Paul.
a lot
He
of
doesn't like this here.
Kevin hinting.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you, bro.
Top div.
I wanted to know specifically, Muscle. You guys had a lot of really unique early game plans. Were those things specifically designed for the series, or just things that you guys have worked on as a group before? Or how did you come up with like the creative jungle path in game number 1, the little late invade to find Hecarim on his red buff? Where did all of those come from?
No, we don't scrim, so it was kind of just like whatever.
In
I'm just playing it by
champ
ear.
select. Yeah.
Okay, so those were off the cuff. Maris actually stole my question. Sorry for the pause.
Oh.
I had more material, but you know,
Outplayed.
great caster minds think alike. So how long have you guys been playing together? I'm curious. This is info that I don't have being brought in last minute.
October or November? I think it was October.
Yeah, that's when I joined.
That sounds right. Yeah. I mean, that was when everybody pretty much joined except for me.
Actually,
Except for mid and
It was
top.
like a
Everything
whole
else got
new
remade.
game. Yeah.
Mid and top have been here since like August, and then everybody else joined up in like October.
Nice.
And then we've made finals the only leagues we've done. We got second place in the last one. We won this one.
So,
Yeah.
what's next for you guys then? Coming back for the next season of FPL, or
I'm
Octave?
taking
Where
a
does that-
break. That is my last game for a bit. I got a baby almost here. I'm ending on a 14-1 Echo. I am fucking chilling,
He's
dude.
naming it Echo too.
I am sitting back in my
You're
chair.
naming your kid Echo, right?
Uh,
I still think we
Yeah.
should have picked him Lucian. It would have been, instead of Owen like 14, whatever the fuck he had, he would have just had 14 deaths. No kills.
Yeah, no, we'll probably join, right?
Yeah, I
Thanks
think
for
so. We'll
answers,
see.
guys.
Well, at any rate, congrats to you guys on the season and the win. I am out of questions, so if Maris has nothing else, I mean, we're graced by the presence of the great Filbert. So if he has anything to say,
Filbert the Great.
Thanks for the introduction. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the stream. We all appreciate you all coming out. We congrats to Glacial Vendetta on taking home the championship. I'll getting your payout soon. I'll message you, Skifter, for that. And just thank you, everyone, for a great season.
Jungle diff.
Gorilla Glue OP.
Woohoo! Yay! Yay! Good job.